Chapter 783. As the number one genius of the imperial capital and the most promising person to inherit the throne, he could be said to have been doted on by thousands. But in the end, not only was his cultivation abolished, but he was also expelled from the imperial capital. In those 5 years in Iron Ox Town, Qin Feiyang was like an ant living in a gray area, struggling desperately to survive. With great difficulty, he finally managed to get up. After countless tribulations and setbacks, he finally returned to the imperial capital as he wished. But what he faced was the ruthless attitude and means of the emperor. To make matters worse, the emperor actually abolished his mother's position as the empress. He even sent his mother to the god's prison. If it were anyone else facing such a heavy blow, they would have collapsed long ago. But Qin Feiyang was still working hard and never gave up. Why was God so cruel to a person who worked so hard? Recalling these things, Wolf King, Fatso, and the others all felt injustice for Qin Feiyang. If God has eyes, can he take care of this poor person more? Let him wake up. He still has a lot of unfulfilled wishes. Everyone prayed and called in their hearts. Everyone's hearts seemed to have been heard by God. Qin Feiyang's body suddenly overflowed with a trace of life. Heartbeat and breathing also appeared. Although it was very weak, it did exist. Is it an illusion? Everyone noticed it at the first moment, but they couldn't believe it. It's not an illusion. Lu Hong shook her head. Qin Feiyang was in her arms. Therefore, she could clearly feel every heartbeat and every breath he took. Is God showing up? Fatso, Wolf King, and the other beasts looked at each other, and then ecstasy emerged in their eyes. God didn't disappoint those who worked hard. There was finally hope. Time passed day by day. Why, on this day, Qin Feiyang suddenly roared. Lu Hong and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. Qin Feiyang's hands were tightly clenched, and his face that was as pale as paper was distorted. However, he did not open his eyes. It was as if he was having a nightmare, and his eyes were filled with pain. Lu Hong grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. We're all here. But do you want me to die that badly?" However, Qin Feiyang didn't seem to hear him. The more he roared, the more agitated and angry he became. At the same time, he grabbed Lu Hong's jade-like hand, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, refusing to let go. Lu Hong felt a little pain. However, she didn't retract her hand and continued to comfort him. Who was it that plotted against Boss? Looking at Qin Feiyang's pained expression, Fatso couldn't help but emit a shocking killing intent. Without a doubt. For Qin Feiyang to have such a reaction, it must have something to do with the person who attacked him. Could it be the Emperor? Black Dragon Snake guessed. Impossible. The Emperor doesn't even know that we are in the Forgotten Continent. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't come in person. However, it should be related to the Emperor, Wolf King said. Under Lu Hong's comfort, Qin Feiyang gradually calmed down and continued to fall into a deep sleep. However, his brows were still furrowed. The pain between his brows was still there, and it was difficult to erase. He was still holding Lu Hong's hand tightly. However, without waiting for everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Feiyang once again roared hysterically, "I refuse to accept this." As the roar sounded, a wave of resentment and hatred rushed out of his body. There was also a shocking murderous aura. At the same time, his long black hair quietly began to change. A trace of blood gradually climbed up the black hair. As soon as this blood color appeared, it was like a plague, quickly spreading to all his hair. Look! Fatso was the first to notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. When Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts looked at Qin Feiyang's hair, they were also shocked. What's going on? At this moment, Qin Feiyang's consciousness fell into a strange space. This space was boundless, and there was nothing in it. Where is this? Qin Feiyang stood in the void, looking around in confusion. This is my world. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Who's talking? Qin Feiyang shouted. Crack, boom. But before his voice fell, a gale suddenly rose in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The originally pure white clouds quickly turned blood red. Crash. Following closely. It started to rain heavily. However, the shocking thing was that this rain was actually a rain of blood. The entire area was instantly dyed blood red. Qin Feiyang stood in the blood rain, and soon became a bloody man. He stretched out his hand, and the blood rain gathered in his palm. He could clearly sense that each drop of blood rain was filled with a shocking murderous aura. But he felt that this evil spirit was very familiar, as if it was a part of his body. Isn't it very familiar? That cold and sinister voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around, and immediately retreated in horror as if he had seen a ghost. He saw that in the void behind him, there was a young man in blood-red clothes. And this young man in blood-red clothes, whether it was his figure or his face, was exactly the same as him. The only difference was that the young man in blood-red clothes had long blood-red hair and a pair of blood-red eyes, like a sea of blood. Moreover, he was like the incarnation of all evil, emitting a strong evil spirit. The young man in blood-red clothes said, "I am your incarnation, what are you afraid of?" Incarnation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He frowned and said, "Who are you and where is this?" "This is the world in the deepest part of your heart. And I am the incarnation of your resentment. To put it bluntly, I am your inner demons." The young man in blood-red clothes said with a sinister smile. "Inner demons?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Last time in the illusion of the Bridge of Helplessness, he had encountered inner demons, and it took him a lot of effort to destroy the inner demons. But he did not expect that the inner demons would appear again. And it seemed that the inner demons that appeared this time were more terrifying than the inner demons that appeared last time. The young man in blood-red clothes grinned and said, "You guessed right, I am indeed stronger than the inner demons that appeared last time." Qin Feiyang was shocked. He knew what he was thinking. The young man in blood-red clothes said again, "You and I are one. Of course I know what you are thinking." "Then why can't I know what you are thinking?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Because I am the incarnation of resentment, and I can isolate your perception. Of course, if you really want to know, I can let you sense it. After all, we are the same person." The young man in blood-red clothes laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and he said, "I don't care what incarnation you are, disappear immediately." "Disappear? It was not easy for me to be born. How can I disappear? Besides, you are not qualified to continue controlling this body. Do you know why?" The young man in blood-red clothes sneered. "But," Qin Feiyang asked. "Because you are too weak, too useless. This fleshly body could have become even stronger. However, in your hands, it's so weak. It is too wasteful. You are wasting God's gift. Therefore, I want to seize this body and become a new Qin Feiyang. I'm going to make the heavens and earth, and every living thing in the heavens and earth submit to me. And you, disappear from now on. Don't worry, I will help you fulfill your long-cherished wish one by one. That bullshit emperor will soon be buried with you." After saying that, the body of the young man in blood-red clothes suddenly collapsed, turning into a bloody wave that rushed toward Qin Feiyang. "Don't even think about it," Qin Feiyang shouted and immediately launched a counterattack. However, he was shocked to find that the blood rain was like iron chains that locked his body, and he could not move. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's long hair outside had turned blood red. Lu Hong and the others looked at this scene and did not know what to do. In the inner world. "Stop struggling, it is useless. Every drop of blood rain here is formed from your resentment and malice. Although they were born because of you, they are all used by me now. So now, in this inner world, I am the master." The domineering voice of the inner demons came out from the blood wave and resounded through the sky. "Master? You think too highly of yourself. Get lost." Qin Feiyang roared. A strong will rushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. The blood rain that bound him instantly turned into ashes. His body also collapsed, turning into a white wave that rushed toward the blood wave formed by the inner demons. At the same time, the blood color in Qin Feiyang's hair gradually began to fade. What is going on? Lu Hong and the others were very anxious. Boom. In the inner world, the two blood waves violently collided, and the void also trembled. Give up. If this inner world collapses, we will all disappear. Do you know what it means to disappear? It means that your consciousness will be turned into ashes. The inner demon grinned hideously with an incomparable craziness. Qin Feiyang did not speak. The white wave, with a strong will, crazily collided with the blood wave. Rumble. Crack. A series of loud sounds shook the sky and the earth. Cracks began to appear in the void. Are you really not afraid of death? The inner demon's voice came out with a trace of panic. If you can't even fulfill your own wish, then what is the point of living? Qin Feiyang said coldly. You are not only a lunatic, but also an idiot. The inner demons was furious. Lunatic or idiot, in short, I will not let you succeed. Qin Feiyang roared. His powerful willpower and monstrous aura actually forced the inner demon to retreat. 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang's inner world was shattered and was about to collapse. The inner demons hurriedly retreated, turned into human form, and stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang also stopped in the void, condensed into human form, and said sarcastically, the inner demons are actually so afraid of death. Who is more cowardly and who is more incompetent? The inner demons frowned and said helplessly, well, I am afraid of you. How about we talk? Do you think it is necessary? Chapter 784. You don't think so? The inner demons retorted. No. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Ha! The inner demons laughed maniacally. They looked at Qin Feiyang as though they were looking at an idiot. I've already said that I'm different from the inner demons of the past. The inner demons of the past were formed from your obsession and were born in an illusion. They're not on the same level as me. As for me, as long as the Emperor is still alive, I'll always exist. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill me. The inner demons placed his hands behind his back and smiled confidently. I don't believe you. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He activated the Guiyuan sword technique and the void end technique at the same time. Clang. 30 sword shadows shook the sky and slashed out with devastating force. The inner demons collapsed on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. Immediately after, the invisible force pounced forward, frantically grinding away at the blood mist. It's useless. It's all in vain. However, soon after, the inner demon's mocking voice rang in the air. I don't believe you. Qin Feiyang was furious. The Crimson Sword Soul, the Nine-Leaf Fire Lotus, and the Purple Gold Dragon's soul roared. Their terrifying power was earth-shattering. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a large part of the bloody mist instantly disappeared. There's hope. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. I really don't understand. Where did you see hope? The inner demon sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the bloody rain in this space collapsed at the same time, turning into a bloody mist that surged in the void. There's only one way in this world to make me disappear, and that's to kill the Emperor. He's our father. Ah! The inner demons laughed maniacally. They were filled with an unruly aura. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The laughter of the inner demons was erratic, echoing throughout the inner world. It was as if all the blood mist was his incarnation. A moment later, the inner demons revealed their true forms and mocked. What do you think? You can't do anything about it, can you? Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and nodded. All right, let's talk. Why didn't you agree earlier? Why did you have to waste so much time? The inner demons smiled proudly. I can give up on seizing this body, but I have a request. What request? Qin Feiyang frowned. During the day, you will be in control of this body. I will not disturb you. But at night, I have to be in control. In other words, we will take turns controlling this body. The inner demons said. Impossible. Qin Feiyang flatly refused. These inner demons were many times more evil than the inner demons that had appeared last time. If she really let him control the body, who knows what kind of outrageous things he might do. So, there's no room for discussion? Let me tell you, as long as I do something, it's enough to crush you. The inner demons threatened. For example, Qin Feiyang asked, "It seems that if I don't tell you the stakes clearly, you won't be afraid. For example, when you are fighting, I will suddenly seize control of this body." Inner demon chuckled and said, looking as if he was certain that he could eat Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. If that was the case, it would be really bad. Because during a battle, the worst thing was to be distracted. And once the inner demons seized control of the body, he would definitely be distracted to fight against the inner demons. When the time came, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed that he had to think of a way to control the inner demons. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. The inner demons saw through Qin Feiyang's thoughts and said disdainfully, "What can you do to control me?" Qin Feiyang was silent. Suddenly, there was a trace of madness in his eyes, and he said, "Since there's no way, then let's die together." As soon as he said that, his body directly collapsed, turning into a huge white wave, and rushed towards the inner demons. The inner demons' expression changed and quickly said, "Okay, I'll compromise. You can do whatever you want." Qin Feiyang appeared in the void. He was gambling. Since the inner demons were afraid of death, they would use this weakness to threaten him. Sure enough, the inner demons were afraid. He looked at the inner demons and said, "In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to come out and cause trouble." "Okay, you have the final say." The inner demons nodded helplessly and then said, "But can I have a small request?" "Say it." Qin Feiyang said. "It's boring to stay here all the time. Let me out occasionally to get some fresh air. This request isn't too much, right?" The inner demons said with a trace of pleading. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded, "I can agree." Then it settled. The inner demons laughed, then sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and said no more. Qin Feiyang took a deep look at him, and his figure quickly dissipated. At the same time, in the castle, Qin Feiyang's long hair had returned to normal, and his closed eyes suddenly moved. "He's awake." Lu Hong and the others had been paying attention to Qin Feiyang. When they noticed this abnormality, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, and there was confusion in his eyes. "Little Qin Zi." "Boss." Everyone squatted on the ground and looked at him with concern. "I'm not dead?" Qin Feiyang glanced at them. When he saw the familiar faces, he couldn't help but be absent-minded. "Nonsense. If you're dead, can you still see us?" Wolf King laughed and scolded. "I'm really not dead. I'm really lucky." Qin Feiyang muttered. "It's not that you're lucky. It's the fire of life that saved you." Wolf King said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. The Wolf King explained the situation in a simple and clear manner. "I see. Then my body." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and then looked at his body in surprise. Fatso laughed and said, "It must have become an immortal body like Fat Lord." "Immortal body? Then I really got a blessing in disguise." Qin Feiyang murmured, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Boom. But before he could finish his sentence, a powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body uncontrollably. Moreover, this aura was getting stronger and stronger, and there were faint traces of him breaking through to the 7-star War Master. Qin Feiyang was startled. Fatso and the others also looked at him in shock. What was going on? Suddenly, Fatso seemed to have thought of something and laughed out loud. "Boss, you've earned it." "What do you mean?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. "Have you forgotten? Back then, after Fat Lord fused with the fire of life, he also broke through a small realm." Fatso said. "That's right." After being reminded by Fatso, everyone remembered. At that time, Fatso was only a 1-star War Master, but once he fused with the fire of life, he directly stepped into the 2-star War Master. He remembered that at that time, Wolf King was still very unbalanced in his heart. Finally, Qin Feiyang's aura indeed soared to the level of a 7-star War Master before stopping. Don't be envious. This is something that can't be envied. Looking at the envious gazes of Wolf King and the other beasts, Qin Feiyang laughed. Show off. Wolf King waved its claws in disdain, but its eyes started to roll. It was said that there were a total of 9 clusters of fire of life in this world. They had only found 2 clusters, and there were still 7 clusters of fire of life that were scattered outside. If he could find it, it would also have an immortal body. At the same time, Qin Feiyang wanted to get up, but the pain all over his body made him unable to move. Lie down for a while longer. Lu Hong laughed. She took out a heal pill and placed it next to Qin Feiyang's mouth. Qin Feiyang was startled. It was only now that he realized that he was actually lying on Lu Hong's legs. Smelling that alluring body fragrance, he couldn't help but feel restless. He hurriedly raised his hand, took the heal pill, and put it into his mouth. He smiled and said, "It's fine now, help me up." Lu Hong could not help but feel disappointed, and her eyes dimmed. However, she concealed it well, and even Qin Feiyang did not notice it. She looked at Fatso, and saw that Fatso was looking at her and Qin Feiyang with a wretched expression. Her face immediately turned red, and she angrily said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly come and help." Heh. Fatso laughed sinisterly and stepped forward to help Qin Feiyang up. After getting up, Qin Feiyang moved his muscles and bones a little, looked at the crowd and said, "I've made everyone worry." "Who's worried about you?" Wolf King immediately said. "That's right, don't think too highly of yourself." The pangolin also joined in and teased. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, a warm current flowing in his heart. These guys were stubborn, but their hearts were better than anyone else's. Suddenly, Fatso raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh right, who attacked you?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Qin Feiyang also clenched his hands, silent, and there was a trace of pain in his eyes. A moment later, he let out a long breath and said, "It's the commander of the Black Iron Army." "What? How did he know we were in the Forgotten Continent? Did the old man tell him?" Everyone was surprised, because only the old man knew that they were in the Forgotten Continent. However, with their relationship with the old man should not betray them. Before this matter is investigated clearly, we can't make wild guesses. Qin Feiyang said. He also did not believe that the old man would expose them. Everyone looked at each other and temporarily put this matter aside. Fatty said, "There's another question. When you were unconscious, why did your hair turn blood red? It's as if you've gone mad." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at them in astonishment. They all nodded. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Could it be related to the inner demons? "It is related to me. If I succeed in seizing it, this body will look exactly like me." The inner demon's voice sounded in his mind. "So it's like that?" Qin Feiyang muttered, looked at Fatso and the others and smiled. "When I was unconscious, I had a nightmare. It should be related to the nightmare." He did not plan to tell everyone about the inner demons, so that they would not worry about him. Hearing this, everyone did not think much about it, and thought that it was reasonable. The commander of the Black Iron Army went thousands of miles into the Forgotten Continent to kill Qin Feiyang. He must have been instructed by the emperor. Facing this kind of thing, it would be strange if Qin Feiyang did not have a nightmare. Fatso sighed deeply, patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and comforted him. "Boss, don't be sad. No matter how the emperor treats you, we will always stand behind you. As long as we are here, you will not be fighting alone." Wolf King nodded. Chapter 785. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, his eyes filled with gratitude. Although his life was very unfortunate, there were also things to be happy about. That was to be lucky enough to get to know this group of friends in front of him. No matter what setbacks or difficulties he encountered, everyone would follow him and never leave him. This was friendship, no one could give it up. He did not argue and asked, "How long has it been since I fainted?" "Half a month." Fatso said. "How time flies." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. With a thought, he appeared at the bottom of the ice lake. The bone-piercing lake water made him quiver. He scanned the surroundings, and his brows furrowed tightly. There were white jade magic snakes all around. The Snake Emperor was not far away, and the ice crystal flower was right beside it. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the Snake Emperor was surprised. He actually didn't die? Following that, it let out a sharp cry, and the surrounding white jade magic snakes immediately swarmed towards Qin Feiyang. Shua! Qin Feiyang's figure flashed, and as expected, he entered the castle. Wolf King asked, "How's the situation?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Not good, the Snake Emperor is hiding at the bottom of the lake. I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape." Lu Hong said, "Don't worry about it for now, hurry up and recuperate." Qin Feiyang nodded. He had just woken up, and his injuries were still very serious. If he were to escape from the ice lake now, he would most likely die. At the same time, the mysterious lady who was standing above the ice lake suddenly revealed a smile on her face. "What are you laughing at?" The dual-winged snow eagle looked at her in confusion. "He really didn't die." The mysterious lady laughed. The dual-winged snow eagle was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. It immediately spread its wings and rushed towards the ice lake. The mysterious lady teased, "There is another white jade magic snake at the bottom of the lake. You have to think carefully." The dual-winged snow eagle's eyes trembled and hurriedly stopped in the air. It raised its head and looked at the mysterious lady pleadingly and said, "Then can you help him?" The mysterious lady said, "Give me a reason, why should I help him?" The double-winged snow eagle was in a dilemma. It couldn't even figure out the relationship between Qin Feiyang and this woman. What reason could it find? Suddenly, a glint flashed across its eyes. If this woman didn't want to save Qin Feiyang, then why did she stay here? There was only one possibility. She was here to save Qin Feiyang. If he said that he wouldn't save it, he would just be teasing it. Thinking of this, the double-winged snow eagle laughed sinisterly. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, leaving directly. The mysterious madam was stunned. She frowned and asked, "Aren't you going to save him?" "I want to save him. But I don't have that ability. So after thinking about it, I decided to forget about it. Although I didn't manage to unlock the gate of potential, it's still not a loss. At the very least, I managed to get a sacred artifact." The two-winged snow eagle said without turning its head. The mysterious lady's face darkened. This bastard was really unreliable. She ignored the winged snow eagle and looked down at the frozen lake. She waved her hand gently. Boom! Immediately, an invisible force emerged and blasted into the frozen lake below. Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire frozen lake evaporated in an instant, turning into a bottomless pit. Other than the Snake Emperor and the ice crystal flower, the rest of the white jade demonic snakes were also killed. Hearing the commotion, the double-winged snow eagle stopped in the air and turned to look at the frozen lake. Looking at the mysterious lady, its eyes were filled with pride. At the same time, the Snake Emperor was also shocked. He hurriedly rolled up the ice crystal flower and escaped. Boom! However, the mysterious lady only released a little bit of her pressure and imprisoned the Snake Emperor in the air. Subsequently, the mysterious lady said, "Qin Feiyang, come out." In the castle, hearing the mysterious lady's voice, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Wasn't this woman massacring the people in the second and first areas? Why was she here? Fatso said, "This old witch must be planning something again. Boss, you have to be careful." Qin Feiyang nodded and left the castle. Seeing that the lake water had evaporated, he was not surprised at all. He raised his head and looked at the mysterious lady. Then, he dragged his tired body and flew up into the sky. The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang and teased, "You're not dead even like this. You're really lucky." "If you're not dead, how can I die?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Hee hee," the mysterious lady laughed heartily and said, "I saved you after all. Aren't you going to thank me properly?" Qin Feiyang landed in front of the mysterious lady and said, "I'm afraid you're not that kind. Although we haven't known each other for long, I didn't expect you to know me so well." "That's right. I didn't save you for nothing. I heard that you can help people open the door of potential." I'm very curious, how did you do it? Also, why did your father cripple your cultivation and send people to kill you from afar? The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the double-winged snow eagle. The double-winged snow eagle's expression changed and quickly explained. I said that I can help people open the door of potential. But I didn't say a word about your background. You must believe me. Didn't say a word? Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the mysterious lady suspiciously. Half a month ago, I met a man who claimed to be the commander of the invincible Black Army in White Fox City. He told me. And I told him about your whereabouts. The mysterious lady smiled. Bastard. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It turned out that it was this damned woman who told the commander about his whereabouts. You want to kill me, don't you? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability now. I like to see your helpless face. The mysterious lady laughed. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, Is it very interesting to play with others in the palm of your hand? The mysterious lady nodded. Qin Feiyang said, So, the people in the first and second areas have been killed by you? Of course. The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang's eyes were burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, You will pay for what you have done sooner or later. The mysterious lady said lightly, That's a matter for the future. Now, please answer my question. Phew. Qin Feiyang stared at her and finally sighed. He nodded and said, Okay, as long as you are willing to help, I will show you. The mysterious lady asked. Qin Feiyang looked at the double-winged snow eagle and said expressionlessly, Come here. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, he immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang entered the castle, took out a potential pill and threw it to the double-winged snow eagle. It finally begins. The double-winged snow eagle was extremely excited and quickly swallowed the potential pill. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also retreated a few steps, creating a distance between him and the double-winged snow eagle. He looked at the mysterious lady and said, Release your pressure now. Take it easy, don't kill it. The mysterious lady was a war king. If she released all of her pressure, she would definitely kill the double-winged snow eagle. Seeing Qin Feiyang's mysterious look, the mysterious lady could not help but frown. Previous chapter, next chapter, the next moment. A wave of pressure emerged and pounced towards the double-winged snow eagle. The strength of this pressure was only 1/10 of her peak. But even so, the double-winged snow eagle instantly entered a suffocating state, its eyes filled with pain. Moreover, the energy that erupted from the potential pill was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins, crazily running around in its body. Even though it was a 9-star war sect, it was still difficult for it to withstand. In an instant, its entire body was dripping with blood as it turned into a blood eagle. Bastard, are you taking the opportunity to harm me? The double-winged snow eagle roared. Qin Feiyang said in disdain, Do you think your life is valuable? Do you need me to use the potential pill to harm you? But hearing these sarcastic words, the double-winged snow eagle heaved a sigh of relief. Potential pill. At the same time, hearing this name, the mysterious lady's eyes trembled slightly. About 10 breaths later, boom, a muffled rumbling sound suddenly exploded from within the double-winged snow eagle's body. Following closely, from between its eyebrows, rays of resplendent white light blossomed. Potential imprint, born. Qin Feiyang said, That's enough. Heard. The mysterious lady retracted her pressure and quickly rushed in front of the double-winged snow eagle. She pushed aside the feathers between the double-winged snow eagle's eyebrows, and when she saw the potential imprint, her face was immediately filled with shock. It actually worked. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She turned around and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Where did you find this potential pill? Why should I tell you? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. The mysterious lady looked at him deeply and said, Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Legend has it that the former emperor of the Heavenly Sun Empire, Mu Tianyang, could also refine a pill that could unlock the door of potential. It was precisely this pill that made the Heavenly Sun Empire flourish, and no one dared to compete with it. But in the end, your ancestor was like a comet, rapidly rising. Not only did he kill Mu Tianyang, but he also destroyed the Heavenly Sun Empire. But since then, the pill that could unlock the door of potential disappeared from the world forever. But I never thought that it would appear in your body now, the mysterious lady said incredulously. Similarly, when Qin Feiyang heard this, he was also surprised. This woman actually knew so much? The mysterious lady smiled and said, I know far more than you think. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Qin Feiyang frowned. The mysterious lady said, give me the potential pills recipe, and I will tell you about the Mu Jia's situation. Impossible. Qin Feiyang flatly refused. He really wanted to know about the Mu Jia's situation, but to exchange the potential pills recipe, he couldn't do it. Kid, you're really stubborn. Anyway, I also gave you so many perfect battle techniques, and I also gave you the Heavenly Thunder Flame and the Ice Flame. Don't you know how to repay me? The mysterious lady was a little angry. Her eyes looked like she was looking at a white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang coldly said, but you also hurt me a lot. Let's not talk about the past, but this time, if there was no fire of life, he would have already reported to hell. Well, then let's change the condition. Give me some of the pill that can unlock the door of potential, and I will tell you about my origin. Chapter 786. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He had always been curious about the mysterious lady's identity. If he could really use some potential pills to find the answer, it would not be a loss. Sure. But you have to tell me first before I can give you the pills. After all, you're so strong. If you run away with the pills, wouldn't I lose more than I gain? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, what a vigilant little guy. The mysterious lady mumbled and shook her head. That won't do. What if I tell you first and you don't give me the pills? Do I dare? Qin Feiyang sneered. Is there anything you don't dare to do? The mysterious lady laughed. Qin Feiyang had a space divine item that could hide in. Of course, she had to be careful. Otherwise, if she suffered a loss, she would have no place to complain. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, seems like we can't come to an agreement. You have to trust me. Although I'm not a good person, my words are trustworthy. How about this? Give me 3 potential elixirs first. After I tell you about my background, you can give me the remaining potential elixirs. The mysterious lady suggested. You know about the potential pill? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He thought that this woman only knew about the potential pill, and he only intended to take out the potential pill. But he did not expect that this woman even knew about the potential pill. The mysterious lady pursed her lips and smiled. I said that I know far more than you think. For example, the little creation pill. Qin Feiyang's heart was in turmoil. What exactly was this woman's background? Okay, I promise you. But before that, you have to help it open the remaining gate of potential. Qin Feiyang pointed at the double-winged snow eagle and said. He did not want to delay any longer. He had to figure out this woman's identity. This is a small matter. The mysterious lady smiled. After half a day, the double-winged snow eagle finally opened the 5th level of the gate of potential. The reason why he needed so much time was because every time he opened the gate of potential, his body would be severely injured and he would need some time to recuperate. After unlocking the 5th level of the gate of potential, the talent and cultivation speed of the double-winged snow eagle had undoubtedly undergone a tremendous change. This made it very excited and unable to extricate itself. Qin Feiyang looked at it and said expressionlessly, You've gotten what you wanted. Return the heavenly thunder sword to me and you can leave. What do you mean? The double-winged snow eagle was stunned, looking at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, Didn't you follow me to open the door of potential? The double-winged snow eagle was stunned. It took a while before it regained its composure. Immediately it said angrily, Bastard, do I look like a snobbish person? Qin Feiyang looked at it seriously and nodded. Yes. Fuck. The double-winged snow eagle was completely irritable. It roared, "If I were that kind of snobbish person, I would have already taken the heavenly thunder sword and flown far away. Why would I stay here and wait for you?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You're waiting for me here, isn't it because you're not satisfied that you haven't opened the gate of potential?" The double-winged snow eagle was silent. It looked at Qin Feiyang with disappointment in its eyes. Qin Feiyang was also silent. He stared at the double-winged snow eagle's eyes. Suddenly, he smiled. The double-winged snow eagle raised its eyebrows. What did this mean? "Idiot. Can't you tell that Qin Feiyang is testing you?" The mysterious lady rolled her eyes and said, "Testing?" The double-winged snow eagle was stunned. It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Is that so?" "That's right. I don't want to have a ticking time bomb by my side." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. The double-winged snow eagle had not been with him for long. In addition, it was stubborn and unruly, so he wanted to give it a try. Was the double-winged snow eagle sincere in following him? The result was also very obvious. The double-winged snow eagle following him was not a joke. But the double-winged snow eagle was unhappy. It was fine if he did not believe it, but he actually used such a wicked method to test it. It was too much. "Let me tell you, you can forget about this thunder sword." It snorted coldly and turned its head away in a fit of anger, looking very cold. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He ignored it and took out 3 potential pills and threw them to the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady caught them in her hands and looked down. Her eyes were shining. "The potential pills have been given to you. Can you say it now?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said. The mysterious lady looked up at him and said with a smile, "Your ancestor and I are from the same time period." "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he said in surprise, "You know my ancestor?" The mysterious lady looked up, and there was a trace of reminiscence in her eyes. She said softly, "The name of the Qin emperor shook the world. Who didn't know in that era?" Qin Feiyang could not help but be absent-minded. Shook the world. How amazing was his ancestor back then? Just how strong was he? A moment later, the mysterious lady retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Give me the potential pills." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "You just told me this. Is this not enough?" The mysterious lady said. "Nonsense, what does this have to do with your true identity?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. This woman was clearly playing mind games with him. "True identity?" The mysterious lady laughed and said, "Did you remember wrongly? I only said to tell you my origin. I did not say to tell you my true identity." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and thought about it carefully. He could not help but be angry. This woman really did not say it. He rubbed his forehead. Truly, he was smart all his life, but stupid this time. He looked at the mysterious lady and said, "Then if I give you the potential pills, will you tell me your true identity?" The mysterious lady hesitated and nodded. "All right, you will know sooner or later anyway. Give me 2 potential pills." Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously, took out 2 potential pills, and threw it over. The mysterious lady caught it in her hand, looked at it for a moment, and said in surprise, "It's really a potential pill." Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Don't dawdle, tell me." After the mysterious lady slowly kept the pills, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I won't tell you." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly filled with anger. "But I can tell you if you really want to investigate the Mu family, then go to the Central Divine Kingdom. Also, for at least 5 years, I won't disturb you again. Of course, I won't appear to save you again. Take care of yourself." After the mysterious lady finished speaking, she opened a teleportation door and disappeared without a trace with the Snake Emperor. However, she did not take the ice crystal flower with her and left it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was originally very angry, but after hearing this, his heart felt much better. He had finally gotten rid of this terrifying female devil, although it was only for 5 years. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. What kind of place was the Central Divine Kingdom? What kind of role did Mu Qing's family play in the Central Divine Kingdom? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Mu Tianyang's surname was Mu, and Mu Qing's surname was also Mu. Could the two be related? After thinking about it, he felt that it was not very possible. Mu Qing was in the Forgotten Continent. Mu Tianyang was in the Great Qin Empire. How could two people from two different places be involved? Taking a step back, if Mu Qing was related to Mu Tianyang, then the person Mu Qing was looking for should be Mu Tianyang. But why Lu Xingqian? In this mystery, what kind of role did Lu Xingqian play? Qin Feiyang scratched his head, but he could not figure it out. Forget it. He shook his head hard. Instead of racking his brains here, he might as well go directly to the Central Divine Kingdom and find out what was going on. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ice crystal flower. He looked up at the two-winged snow eagle and said, "Did you kill that ice crocodile?" The two-winged snow eagle shook its head and said angrily, "That guy's running speed is not normal. I chased for dozens of miles and still couldn't catch up. I told you not to chase, but you insisted. Who's to blame?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "What about the black ice fruit?" "I'm not telling you." The two-winged snow eagle turned its head and said, "Huh, you've opened the door of potential. You're awesome now, aren't you?" "Don't forget, the door of potential has a 6th and 7th level," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the two-winged snow eagle immediately smiled and said, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with you." "Look at you." Qin Feiyang looked at it with disdain. The two-winged snow eagle laughed. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of it, and the small tree appeared out of thin air. The 3 black ice fruits were also intact. At that time, when the ice crocodile swallowed me, I immediately stored the small tree into my qi, so there was no damage at all. How is it? I'm smart, right? The two-winged snow eagle said flatteringly. When a beast's strength reached a certain level, its qi could be used as a storage space to store various items. Of course, humans could do it too. However, humans had qianquan bags. Unless it was something extremely important, they would not put it in their qi. It did not mean that doing so would cause harm to their qi. It was purely a habit. Qin Feiyang glanced at it snappily and nodded, "And at least you have some brains." The two-winged snow eagle pursed its lips and asked sneakily, "Then when are you going to help me open the 6th level of the Door of Potential?" The Door of Potential had a total of 10 levels in the world. Warrior, Martial Master, Martial Ancestor, War King, War Emperor, and so on. The Extreme Warrior realm was the 1st level. The Martial Master realm was the 2nd level. And so on. The 5th level belonged to the War Emperor realm. And the two-winged snow eagle had already stepped into the 9-star war sect. In other words, it already had the qualifications to open the 6th level. However, the problem was that the potential pill could only open the 4th and 5th levels. It could not open the 6th level. To open the 6th level, you need the small creation pill. At present, there are still a lot of medicinal ingredients for the small creation pill. If you can't wait, then break through first. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Then let's continue waiting." The two-winged snow eagle said, if he were to break through to the War Saint realm now, then he would have to wait until the 9-star War Saint realm next time. Although he had opened the 5th level and his cultivation speed had greatly increased, compared to opening the 6th level, the difference was like heaven and earth. So, it was better to have short pain than long pain. He would step into the War Saint realm after opening the 6th level. Similarly, when the two-winged snow eagle asked this question, Qin Feiyang realized that the small creation pill was the most important thing right now. This was because he had already stepped into the 7-star war sect and was only 2 small realms away from the 9-star war sect. If he didn't hurry up and gather the medicinal ingredients for the small creation pill, he would probably face the same situation as the two-winged snow eagle. He would be stuck in the 9-star war sect and wouldn't dare to cultivate. However, the small creation pill required 10,000-year-old medicinal ingredients. Where could he find so many in such a short period of time? What a headache. Chapter 787. 3 days later, Qin Feiyang's injuries had finally healed, and his spirit had reached its peak. Then, he brought the winged snow eagle and continued to rush towards the third area. Along the way, the beasts they encountered were basically all from 7 to 9 Star War sect. There were also quite a few War Saint-level beasts. However, with the deterrence of the Heavenly Thunder Sword, coupled with the fact that they were very careful, it could be considered frightening but not dangerous. At the same time, they also found quite a few 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs in the glacier. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to be small fortune pills medicinal herbs. But even if it was other medicinal herbs, it would still be of great use. Half a month passed. One man and one beast finally flew out of the glacier and entered a snowy forest. Strange, is it always snowing in the Forgotten Continent? Qin Feiyang walked in the forest and said to the winged snow eagle lying on his shoulder. He had been in the Forgotten Continent for so long, and he had never seen a day without snow. I didn't know before. However, ever since I was born, the snow on the Forgotten Continent has never stopped. The warmest time of the year seems to be May or June, but it's still snowing. The winged snow eagle said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then the weather here is too strange, isn't it? This kind of thing is controlled by the heavens. What are you worrying about? Hurry up and look carefully. Maybe you can even find a few 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. The winged snow eagle said. Now, it was especially concerned about the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Because if it didn't open the 6th level of the gate of potential quickly, it wouldn't be able to cultivate. Qin Feiyang laughed. 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs can only be found by chance and can't be rushed. The winged snow eagle pursed its lips. Boom! Suddenly, in the forest on the left, the sound of battle could be faintly heard. Is there a situation? The winged snow eagle was shocked and then laughed. Do you want to take a look? Only you know how to join in the fun. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, retracted his aura, and turned to the left side of the forest. Not long later, a snowy mountain range entered the line of sight of a man and an eagle. The snowy mountain range was more than 1,000 feet tall, like a huge python. It stretched out and emitted a majestic aura. The fluctuations of battle were coming from behind the snowy mountain range. Furthermore, upon reaching that place, the battle fluctuations grew even more intense. The snowy mountain range was trembling. Snow rolled down like an avalanche, toppling mountains and overturning seas. With such a huge commotion, there must be some treasure. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes shone brightly. You're almost on par with the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He really couldn't understand why the ferocious beasts around him were all a bunch of little money grubbers. He used the phantom steps and rushed into the sky like a bolt of lightning. He landed on the snowy ridge and looked ahead. Immediately, his pupils shrank. Dozens of miles away, two black figures were fighting a bloody battle. Those two people were extremely powerful and were evenly matched. They fought until the sky turned dark. Moreover, the heavens and the earth were filled with a vast and mighty saint might. Obviously, both of them were battle saints. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two people. Judging from their aura, they should be one-star battle saints. The double-winged snow eagle said in surprise, We just walked out of the glacier and we already met two battle saints. Don't tell me that there are as many battle saints as dogs in the third area? Qin Feiyang's eyes also darkened. If what the double-winged snow eagle said was true, then wouldn't the deeper areas of the fourth and fifth areas be even stronger? The Forgotten Continent was indeed as Lu Xingchen had said, it was not simple. The double-winged snow eagle also restrained its aura to the extreme and said in a low voice, Let's go, we'll sneak over. Don't act recklessly. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry, I still know my limits. However, if there are any treasures, then it's a different story. The double-winged snow eagle said with a sly smile. Qin Feiyang glanced at it speechlessly. He then jumped down from the snowy ridge and quietly approached the battlefield. After dozens of breaths, a man and an eagle were hiding on top of a broken ice peak, watching the two figures fighting. This place was only 3 to 4 miles away from the center of the battlefield. With Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle's current strength, they could clearly see the faces of the two figures. They were an old woman and an old man, both of whom looked very old. The old woman was emaciated, dark eye bags sunk into her eye sockets, and her eyes emitted wisps of terrifying green light. She was also wearing a dark green robe. She looked like a ghost from hell. The old man, on the other hand, was quite strong, his face was flushed, and he wore a black robe. However, his wrinkled old face was also filled with a murderous aura. The two of them did not speak, as if they had a blood feud and were crazily attacking each other. It could even be said that they were using unscrupulous means. The double-winged snow eagle looked around carefully and said in confusion, "That's strange, I don't see any treasures. Why are they all so crazy? What are you thinking? Do you think that people are killing each other for treasures?" Qin Feiyang looked at it helplessly. "That's true." The double-winged snow eagle smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and continued to watch the battle. The two of them were on par with each other in terms of strength, and both of them were injured to a certain extent. However, looking at the overall situation, the old man in the black robe had a higher chance of winning. As for the old woman in the green robe, although she was also extremely ferocious, she vaguely gave off a sense of powerlessness. As expected, in less than 100 breaths, the situation began to change. The old man in the black robe became fiercer and fiercer, and the old woman in the green robe was constantly pushed back. Until the end. Even if the old woman in the green robe used all her means, such as battle arts and fighting souls, she could not turn the tables. The old man in the black robe had the upper hand. Boom! The last violent collision, the old woman in the green robe was immediately sent flying. Half of her body directly exploded in the void, blood staining the sky, and smashed into the glacier below, deeply buried. However, although the old man in the black robe had won, his injuries were not light. One of his arms was torn apart by the old woman in the green robe. His body was riddled with ghastly cracks and blood was flowing out. "Stupid woman, you still want to fight with me, you really don't know what's good for you." The old man in the black robe took a deep breath, smiled coldly, and rushed forward, ignoring the injuries on his body. "Fight." The two-winged snow eagle was stunned, and immediately became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. That old man said the word, "fight," which was enough to prove that there must be treasures nearby. "Quick, quick, quick, follow him." It stared at the back of the old man in the black robe, and impatiently urged Qin Feiyang secretly. "Don't rush me, I'm not deaf." Qin Feiyang angrily stared at it, jumped down the ice peak, and landed on the snow below, and then quietly followed up. In his heart, he was also quite surprised. What could make two battle saints fight with their lives on the line to obtain it? The old man in the black robe was seriously injured, and his speed was not even half of his usual, so Qin Feiyang had been following behind him. About a few hundred breaths later, an ice valley appeared in front of them. The old man in the black robe did not stop, and directly rushed into the ice valley. Qin Feiyang and the two-winged snow eagle looked at each other, and cautiously followed in. But when they entered the ice valley, they were dumbfounded. The ice valley was not very big, about a few hundred feet, and was surrounded by ice peaks, and there was only one narrow entrance. Looking around, there was nothing at all. And the old man in the black robe had disappeared. The two-winged snow eagle looked around the ice valley in surprise. The ice valley was only so big, and there was no place to hide. That old man could not have disappeared from the world, but where was he? Qin Feiyang was also looking around, and suddenly his eyes locked on the ice peak in front of them. He saw a dark cave in the ice wall. Could he have entered the cave? Qin Feiyang muttered, and turned into a stream of light, silently landed in front of the cave, and poked his head to look inside. Inside it was pitch black. But with Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he could clearly see that there was an ice tunnel under the cave. "Be careful." Looking at the ice tunnel, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he secretly warned the two-winged snow eagle and jumped in. It was very cold inside, and the chill was bone-piercing, but the man and the eagle could still bear it. Qin Feiyang walked along the tunnel, and found that the tunnel was slanted downward, as if it led to the underground. And the deeper they went, the more shocking the chill in the tunnel was. After walking for about 1,000 meters, Qin Feiyang's lips were frozen stiff. The two-winged snow eagle lying on Qin Feiyang's shoulder also curled into a ball, shivering. Damn it, why is it so cold? It's secretly cursed. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he could not help but quicken his steps and rush down. Not a single sound was heard. Even his breathing and heartbeat were controlled to the lowest level. After a while, they finally sensed the aura of the old man in the black robe, and he was not far below. And here, Qin Feiyang felt that his limbs were almost frozen stiff. Frowning, Qin Feiyang walked down quietly, and soon he came to a turn. But just as he turned the corner, he retreated like lightning, held his breath, hid behind the ice wall, and looked around. In front of him was an ice cave of about 100 feet, and the old man in the black robe was standing in the middle of the ice cave. And in front of the old man in the black robe, there was an ice blade floating. The ice blade was only a foot long, and it was as if it was condensed out of ice, crystal clear, and had a hazy luster. At the same time, the ice blade was spewing out wisps of white mist, and this white mist was the chill. So it's so cold here, and it's all because of this. The two-winged snow eagle secretly muttered. But soon after, its eyes were filled with excitement. Qin Feiyang was the same, because the ice blade was faintly emitting a holy aura. This was enough to prove that it was a holy artifact. Naturally, no one would complain about having too many of such treasures. Finally got it. With it, my Blue Sea tribe is destined to become the overlord of the 3rd district, even surpass the Pill Pagoda. At the same time, the old man in the black robe stood in front of the ice blade, extremely excited, and his face was full of greed. Surpass the Pill Pagoda? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This old man's ambition was not small. It seemed that this Blue Sea tribe also had a certain level of strength in the 3rd district. Otherwise this old man would not dare to have such ambition. But in Qin Feiyang's view, this person was a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 788. However, he reckoned that the black-robed old man and the people in the 1st and 2nd regions did not know about the background of the Pill Pagoda. Otherwise, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to have such thoughts. Suddenly, the double-winged snow eagle said, "Don't you think it strange that there is a sacred weapon here?" That's why Qin Feiyang frowned. Sacred weapons were refined by humans. Usually, they were controlled by someone and would not be left outside. Unless, of course, an expert had fallen here in the past. But there were no white bones in the ice cave. It was impossible to say that the white bones had turned into ashes. Because the temperature here was too cold, even flesh and blood would not rot. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the black-robed old man suddenly raised his arm and grabbed the ice blade. "Don't let him succeed." The double-winged snow eagle's eyes trembled and hurriedly shouted, "Then why are you still talking nonsense?" Qin Feiyang glared at it and directly took out the Chang Shui and rushed toward the black-robed old man. The double-winged snow eagle also took out the Sky Thunder Sword, full of murderous intent. "Who is it?" The aura of the Sky Thunder Sword and Chang Shui immediately alerted the black-robed old man. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle. Only then did he realize that there were two little tails behind him. However, when he fought with the green-robed old woman, he was already seriously injured and could only use 1/10 of his peak strength at most. In addition, Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle's attack was sudden, and Chang Shui and the Sky Thunder Sword were two killing weapons. Even if he reacted in time, even if he was a 1-star battle saint, there was nothing he could do. Clang. The Chang Shui was invincible. It penetrated his chest like lightning and shattered his heart. The heavenly thunder sword followed closely behind. Its sharpness swept across the world and directly sliced him in half, killing him on the spot. "Old man, don't you know that there is an old saying in this world, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" Looking at the black-robed old man who died with his eyes wide open, the two-winged snow eagle chuckled. Qin Feiyang was also full of smiles. He put away the Chang Shui and looked up at Ice Blade. He really did not expect that he would be able to obtain a saint artifact. Now, the The strength of their small team had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. The double-winged snow eagle shuddered. Its 4 wings wrapped around its small body. It urged, "Hurry up and drip your blood on it. I'm about to freeze to death." Qin Feiyang glanced at it and saw it curled up and shivering. He couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, he cut his finger and a drop of blood dripped onto the ice blade. With the emergence of a bloody light, Qin Feiyang immediately felt that the ice blade was like a part of his body. Not only was the bone-piercing cold no longer cold, it even brought him a trace of warmth. He grabbed the ice blade, and with a thought, the cold air that was being released was quickly withdrawn. The temperature in the ice cave also began to gradually rise. The 2-winged snow eagle moved its body and chuckled, "See, I am your lucky star. If I am not here, I dare to bet that you will definitely not be able to obtain this saint artifact." As he spoke, he kept the heavenly thunder sword back into his sea of qi. "Lucky star." Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he frowned. "You really don't plan to return the heavenly thunder sword to me?" "Nonsense. I have always been a man of my word. What's more, now that you have another saint artifact, what do you need the heavenly thunder sword for?" The 2-winged snow eagle snorted. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a headache coming on. This guy was simply a scoundrel. But it didn't matter. They were all on the same side anyway. It didn't matter who had the heavenly thunder sword. Clang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the ice blade to the castle. Then, he took the black-robed old man's Qianquan bag and turned to walk out. The 2-winged snow eagle glanced at the ice cave and prepared to leave. But suddenly, its eyes locked onto the layer of ice on the ground, as if something had happened. Its eyes were full of surprise. It hurriedly called out, "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at it suspiciously. The 2-winged snow eagle stretched out its wings and pointed at the layer of ice on the ground, saying, "Look down there, there seems to be a person." "There's a person?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He hurriedly turned around and looked at where the 2-winged snow eagle was pointing at. At that moment, his eyes were full of surprise. Under the layer of ice, there was indeed a blurry shadow. But whether it was a person or not, he could not be sure. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the heavenly thunder sword." "Don't even think about it." The 2-winged snow eagle hurriedly retreated, keeping a distance from Qin Feiyang, as if it was guarding against a thief. "I have a bad temper. Tell me, what do you mean?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stared at it angrily. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Aren't you just trying to find an excuse to get the heavenly thunder sword back? Let me tell you, no way." The 2-winged snow eagle said. A row of black lines immediately appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He really wanted to strangle this bastard to death immediately. "I'll endure it." He took a deep breath, took out the Chang Shui, and cut open the layer of ice on the ground. After a while, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. This man was in his 40s, with a rough face and some white hair on his temples. He was wearing a purple robe, but his clothes were ragged. His whole body was covered with wounds and blood. This man had been dead for a long time. There was no sign of life. However, under the ice, this man's body did not decay at all. Even the wounds and blood on his body did not change. It was as if he had just died. The 2-winged snow eagle approached and said, "It seems that he is the owner of the ice blade." Qin Feiyang nodded, pointed at the middle-aged man's heart, and said, "This should be his fatal wound." There was a fist-sized bloody hole in the middle-aged man's heart. It penetrated from the front to the back. His heart was also shattered. The 2-winged snow eagle circled around the middle-aged man and suddenly looked at the middle-aged man's waist. There was a Qianquan bag tied there. There are even sacred artifacts. There must be a lot of treasures in the Qianquan bag. It muttered to itself and ran up excitedly. It quickly removed the ice on the middle-aged man's body and took out the Qianquan bag. Damn! The moment its mind sank into the Qianquan bag, it was stunned on the spot. Is it that exaggerated? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously, snatched the Qianquan bag, and sank his mind into it. Immediately, he was also stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. Inside the Qiankuan bag, there were countless gold coins and medicinal herbs. But the gold coins were only secondary. The medicinal herbs were what shocked them. The number of medicinal herbs was impossible to estimate. There were too many of them. They filled more than half of the Qiankuan bag. And most of the medicinal herbs had a naturally formed tiger-shaped spiritual tattoo. In other words, these were all medicinal herbs that were 10,000 years old. After coming back to their senses, Qin Feiyang and the two-winged snow eagle's eyes trembled. They were overjoyed. There were so many medicinal herbs that were 10,000 years old. They were even more valuable than sacred artifacts. How is it? Now do you admit that I am your lucky star? The two-winged snow eagle said proudly. As if Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. If the two-winged snow eagle had not discovered it, he would definitely have missed this huge treasure. The two-winged snow eagle chuckled and said eagerly, "Then quickly take a look. Can you gather all the medicinal herbs for the small creation pill? Can you not be so impatient?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. He quickly calmed down and continued to check the Qiankuan bag. After a while, he was stunned and took out a jade box. When he opened the jade box, a wave of heat suddenly surged out. Alchemy fire! Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He saw a palm-sized flame lying quietly in the jade box. It was as red as blood. And from the aura of the alchemy fire, he could tell that it was a 6th-grade alchemy fire. Not only did he get a sacred artifact and countless medicinal herbs that were 10,000 years old, but now he also got a 6th-grade alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang was crazy with joy. It seems that this person is also an alchemist. Quickly take a look. Are there any other treasures? The two-winged snow eagle was also drooling. The small creation pill was thrown to the back of his mind. Looking at the two-winged snow eagle drooling, Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. He also secretly swore that when he looked for a partner in the future, he would definitely not find this kind of high-quality goods. After keeping the alchemy fire in the castle, Qin Feiyang continued to check. After a while, an old book floated into the air. Qin Feiyang opened it. The book recorded all kinds of alchemy recipes. After reading for a while, Qin Feiyang lost interest and threw it aside. The alchemy recipes were very complete. There were even alchemy recipes for the Spirit Sea pill and the Essence Soul pill. For other alchemists, this book could be said to be priceless. But for Qin Feiyang, it was completely worthless. Because the alchemy recipes recorded in the alchemy scripture were more detailed than this. After a while, a token flew out from the Qiankuan bag. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and looked down. The token was the size of a baby's palm. It was as white as jade and engraved with a giant python pattern. And on the other side, there were 3 words. Pei Chang Feng. These 3 words were like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous and powerful. Pei Chang Feng, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, Pei Chang Feng should be his name. But this giant python pattern, what does it mean? The double-winged snow eagle said impatiently, Who cares what it means? Keep looking. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, put down the token, searched for a while, and took out another alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was bronze in color. It was about the size of a wash basin. There was also a giant python pattern engraved on the wall. But there was not the slightest bit of treasure light. It was simple and unadorned. It's just an ordinary alchemy furnace? Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Only ordinary alchemy furnaces did not have treasure light. However, how could such an expert carry an ordinary alchemy furnace with him? After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang decisively cut his finger and dripped his blood to bind it. As soon as the blood contract was formed, a wave of information immediately poured into his mind. It's actually a 6th-grade alchemy furnace. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's body trembled. As he said, it was definitely not that simple. But then, his mind was full of doubts. Since it was a 6th-grade alchemy furnace, how could there be no treasure light? He picked up the alchemy furnace and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a certain spot, and a wry smile crept onto his face. It turned out that there were a few imperceptible cracks on the alchemy furnace. And once there were cracks on the alchemy furnace, it was equivalent to reporting it as a waste product. It was impossible to refine pills at all. If he forced himself to refine pills, the furnace would definitely explode. In other words, although this alchemy furnace was a 6th grade alchemy furnace, it had no value. Chapter 789. There was a python pattern on the token, as well as on the pill furnace. So there must be some meaning behind it. Perhaps he could find the answer in the Qiankuan bag. Qin Feiyang continued to search the Qiankuan bag. But after searching the entire Qiankuan bag, he did not find anything else of value. Not to mention the meaning of the python pattern. Forget it. It's just a pattern, there's no need to delve into it. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang simply gave up. He packed up everything and sent it into the castle for Fatso to sort out. How do we deal with this corpse? The winged snow eagle asked. We have obtained his relics, so of course we have to bury him properly. Qin Feiyang said as he used Chang Shui to dig a large hole, placed the corpse inside, and then filled it with ice. Although there were no ice blades, the temperature here was still very low. So, those ice cubes merged together and sealed Pei Zhangfeng here. Senior, rest in peace. If there's a chance, this junior will avenge you. Qin Feiyang bowed and left with the winged snow eagle. Although it was purely a coincidence that he obtained Pei Zhangfeng's relics, as a person he had to have a grateful heart. After obtaining such a large sum of wealth, he definitely had to do something to repay this person. Of course. Whether or not he could avenge Pei Zhangfeng all depended on luck. Perhaps the person who killed Pei Zhangfeng had already died. Therefore, he would not deliberately do it. Not long later, Qin Feiyang and the winged snow eagle flew out of the cave and landed in the ice valley. Looking at the ice tunnel below, Qin Feiyang was filled with emotions. He really did not expect that a chance would actually allow him to encounter such a great fortune. It was really, as the saying goes, opportunities were ethereal things that could be encountered but not sought. A moment later, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the cave collapsed with a loud bang. Pei Zhangfeng would also be buried underground forever. Qin Feiyang looked at the winged snow eagle and said, "You also go to the castle and help count the medicinal herbs." For the sake of the small creation pill, the two-winged snow eagle was naturally very willing. After sending the double-winged snow eagle to the castle, Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and flew outside. But just as he was about to leave the ice valley, a terrifying Saint Aura suddenly appeared. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was startled, and promptly swept his eyes around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as his gaze locked onto the ice peak on the left side of the ice valley. At the peak of the icy mountain stood an old woman with disheveled hair and blood all over her body. It was the green-robed old woman who had been fighting with the black-robed old man. He didn't die? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disbelief. One had to know. At that time, half of this person's body had been destroyed by the black-robed old man. It was impossible for him to survive. However, at this moment, not only had the shattered half of his body been repaired, but it was also standing before him, alive and well. Was he dreaming? The saint's might surged forth, imprisoning Qin Feiyang. The green-robed old woman laughed sinisterly. "Kid, you're very capable. You actually hid in the dark and reaped the benefits of the fisherman." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He pretended to be shocked and said, "Senior, what do you mean by this? Has this junior ever seen you, senior?" "Pretend, continue pretending." The green-robed old woman looked at him sarcastically. "Pretend? No. This junior really doesn't understand." "Senior, what are you talking about?" Qin Feiyang said very innocently. "You don't understand? Little fellow, don't play tricks in front of this old woman. You're still too inexperienced. When you followed that old thing into the ice valley, I was also following behind you." The green-robed old woman sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned and laughed. "You should have said so earlier. I don't need to act anymore. This act is quite tiring." He smiled and asked, "Since you found me, why didn't you follow me in?" Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, the green-robed old woman was quite surprised. He had thought that after being exposed, this kid would be nervous and afraid. But he didn't expect that he would actually dare to laugh. He had guts. This old woman didn't follow in because this old woman was injured and didn't have the confidence to kill that old thing. So, instead of running in and taking the risk, it's better to stay here and wait for an opportunity to move. I thought that you would be killed by him, but I didn't expect that the person who came out in the end would be you. The green-robed old woman did not hide the injuries on her body, and there was a trace of disbelief in her eyes. Maybe I'm lucky. Qin Feiyang grinned. The green-robed old woman's eyes turned cold and said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. In short, do you want to live?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. The green-robed old woman said, "Then answer this old woman's question honestly. Is that old thing dead or alive now?" "Isn't it obvious? He's already dead." Qin Feiyang did not hide it. "Who killed him?" The green-robed old woman frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. The green-robed old woman looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, her face full of disbelief. At that time, there was only him and me in the ice cave. Other than me, who else could it be? Qin Feiyang shrugged and said. The green-robed old woman said, "I seem to remember that there was a snow eagle on your shoulder at that time?" To tell you the truth, Senior, that snow eagle is Junior's partner. Just now, when we were ambushing that old fellow in the ice cave, we were discovered by that old fellow. In order to save me, Snow Eagle unfortunately died in his hands. But in the end, I finally killed that old fellow and took revenge for it. Qin Feiyang sighed. There was an unresolvable sadness between his brows. In order to save the master, you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself. You are very lucky to have met such a loyal companion. However, you are only a 7-stars war sect. Even if that old thing is heavily injured, you don't have the ability to kill him. Obviously. The green-robed old woman still did not believe Qin Feiyang's words. I was lucky. Qin Feiyang once again used this very convenient and very useful excuse. The green-robed old woman sneered and said, "All right, it doesn't matter how he died. As long as he's dead, it's fine. Hand over that ice blade." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, aren't you making things difficult for me?" While he was speaking, he was also secretly observing the old woman's injuries. Although half of the old woman's body had already been repaired, her aura was still very weak. Her face was also pale. It was obvious that the damage caused by the black-robed old man had not healed. Qin Feiyang was thinking whether or not he could give it a try. Because, if he didn't get rid of this person now, then this person would definitely chase after him and beat him up in the future. Moreover, when this person's injuries were healed, it would be even harder to deal with him. So, if he wanted to eliminate future troubles, he had to take advantage of the present. However, judging from the strength of the aura, although the green-robed old woman was also injured, her situation was better than the black-robed old man's at that time. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Making things difficult for me? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the green-robed old woman seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and couldn't stop laughing. Her wrinkled face was also full of sarcasm. "Little guy, haven't you heard of a saying? The treasures of the world belong to the capable. You are not qualified to have such a sacred object like the ice blade, and you don't have the life to enjoy it. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hand it over, and I can spare your dog life." The green-robed old woman said, obviously beginning to lose her patience. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. "What do you mean by the capable? Do you really think of yourself as a scallion?" But on the surface, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "Can you really let me go?" "I mean what I say." The green-robed old woman nodded, but there was a trace of killing intent hidden in the depths of her eyes. "You really didn't lie to me?" Qin Feiyang confirmed again. The green-robed old woman's face darkened on the spot. "Senior, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't believe you. It's because I'm too kind and easy to believe, so I'm often deceived. So this time, I want to confirm it properly," Qin Feiyang said with a face of sincere fear. "Kind?" The green-robed old woman's face twitched. Could a person who dared to kill and rob be a kind person? Who was he kidding? She was patient and comforted. "Don't worry, I always keep my word and never break it." Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll believe you this time." "Then hurry up," the green-robed old woman urged impatiently. "You're using your sacred power to imprison me. How can I get it for you?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right." The green-robed old woman patted her head. With a thought, the sacred power that trapped Qin Feiyang was reduced by more than half. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. Now, the sacred power of a one-star battle saint could no longer imprison him, but he had to pretend to numb the green-robed old woman. He pretended to move his muscles and bones, and then waved his hand. Clang. The ice blade suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. As soon as the ice blade appeared, the green-robed old woman's eyes also burst out a bright light. That was greed. "Quickly erase the blood contract and throw it over," the green-robed old woman urged, and even her breathing was a little rapid. "Throw it over?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. His plan was to let the green-robed old woman come over to get it herself, or personally deliver it to the green-robed old woman. When the time came, he could call out Wolf King and the others in an instant and quickly kill them while they were unprepared. So, if he threw it over, his plan would not be able to be carried out. But he did not know. The green-robed old woman was also very wary of him. As an old monster who had lived for countless years, how could she be an idiot? The young man in front of her was able to kill the black-robed old man. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was enough to show that he must have some extraordinary means. It was not easy to escape from the gates of hell. She did not want to fall into the hands of this little kid because of carelessness. A one-star battle saint being schemed against by a battle master would become a joke. But the biggest reason was still because she was injured. Otherwise, she would have already snatched it. "Didn't you hear what I said? Quickly erase the blood contract and throw it over." Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not move, the green-robed old woman became more vigilant. What a suspicious old bastard. Qin Feiyang secretly cursed. Obviously. He also noticed the green-robed old woman's vigilance. He raised his head and looked at the green-robed old woman, reached out his hand and stroked the ice blade, and sighed, "I really can't bear to do it." This was purely to dispel the green-robed old woman's vigilance. He wanted the green-robed old woman to think that he did not move because he could not bear to do it, and not because of ulterior motives. The green-robed old woman really believed it. Because this was a matter of course, there was no flaw. After all, the ice blade was a sacred weapon. Who would be willing to give it to others? How about this? The two of us can be considered to be fated. You give the ice blade to this old woman, and this old woman will give you 2 superior battle arts as compensation for your loss. The green-robed old woman said. However, the so-called compensation was just a delaying tactic. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he also beat her at her own game. He pretended to be very happy and asked, "Do you have any auxiliary battle arts?" Chapter 790. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Holding the ice blade, he ran towards the old woman in a green robe excitedly. "Stand there and don't move. Just throw it over." The old woman in a green robe's face changed as she hurriedly shouted. Qin Feiyang slammed on the brakes and stopped in the air. He was extremely annoyed in his heart. Even this didn't dispel her wariness. Why was this old fox so difficult to deal with? The old woman in a green robe said impatiently, "Can you hurry up? Don't waste my time." Okay, I'll erase the blood contract right away." Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. But suddenly, he lowered his head again and hesitated. "What's the matter now?" Seeing this, the old woman in a green robe was about to go crazy. "Can't you be more straightforward?" Qin Feiyang looked up at her and said, "Junior thought about it. The auxiliary battle art is very precious, but it can't be compared with the sacred weapon. Why don't you give me a few more?" "Kid, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be unsatisfied." Hearing this, the old woman in a green robe clenched her hands and a trace of astonishing hostility emerged in her eyes. And she didn't hide it. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang not only didn't panic at all, but there was also a trace of pride in the depths of his eyes. Alas, Senior, it's not that Junior is unsatisfied, but it's really too much of a loss. How about this? Replace the superior battle art with a perfect battle art. Junior is not greedy, just one will do. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. The old woman in a green robe's eyes became more and more gloomy. Qin Feiyang asked cautiously, could it be that Senior doesn't have a perfect battle art? He wasn't talking nonsense when he said this. Since he couldn't get close to the old woman in a green robe, then he would change to another way. Infuriate this old fox. Once this old fox was angry, she might take the initiative to snatch it. It was also clear that his words had played a certain role in this matter. The old woman in a green robe gritted her teeth. Her patience had been challenged by Qin Feiyang, which made her almost on the verge of rage. Aren't you a battle saint? Why don't you even have a perfect battle art? Senior, don't try to trick me, Qin Feiyang said unhappily. I really didn't. The green-robed old woman spoke word by word. She clenched her fists so tightly that they had turned white. He doesn't even have a perfect battle art. Isn't he a little too weak? Qin Feiyang muttered. Although his voice was very soft, it was clearly heard by the old woman in green. Of course. He deliberately said it for the green-robed old woman to hear. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed out from the old woman's body. In the meantime, the previously weakened Saint Aura suddenly strengthened, imprisoning Qin Feiyang in the void. Senior, what are you doing? Let's talk things over, don't fight. Qin Feiyang's expression also changed on the spot, and he hurriedly roared in horror. Congratulations. You've completely worn out my patience. Now, even if the Heavenly King comes down, he won't be able to save you. The green-robed old woman laughed sinisterly. The Saint Aura continued to strengthen. Qin Feiyang's face was distorted and full of pain, and the pores all over his body were spurting blood. In an instant he became a bloody man. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also quite annoyed. The plan did succeed. The green-robed old woman was enraged, but this old fox just wouldn't get close to him. He racked his brains to think, what else could he do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Boom. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, forcibly broke through the shackles of the Saint Aura, and shouted at the green-robed old woman, if you don't give me a perfect battle art, I won't give you the ice blade even if I die. After saying that, he turned around and fled in panic. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the green-robed old woman was extremely shocked. He could actually break through her Saint Aura? This little bastard, sure enough, was not simple. But immediately after, a monstrous anger rose from her body. He could obviously break the shackles of the Saint Aura, but he didn't do so. He even talked a lot of nonsense with her. He was obviously playing with her. You're courting death. She took a step forward, carrying an astonishing killing intent, and chased after Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang also deliberately did not use the phantom steps, so he quickly closed the distance by more than half. He looked back and immediately turned pale with fright. He quickly stopped in the air and waved his hand. Senior, I know I was wrong. Don't come over, I will immediately erase the blood contract. Too late. The green-robed old woman smiled coldly. In her opinion, Qin Feiyang's extraordinary means was to be able to break free from the shackles of the Saint Aura. And this, for her, was not a threat at all. She didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Feiyang anymore. Qin Feiyang's face was as pale as paper, and he shouted, Don't, I was really wrong, please spare me. The green-robed old woman remained silent, her expression extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, she rushed in front of Qin Feiyang, her old hand like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Qin Feiyang's head. Do you really think I only have this much ability? But at the same time, Qin Feiyang grinned, the panic and fear on his face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a strong sense of ridicule. The green-robed old woman was stunned. Immediately after, a strong sense of crisis, like a tide, rose in her heart. She retracted her arm without hesitation and retreated quickly. Too late. But at the same time she retracted her arm, Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom! Clang! Wolf King, Fatso, and the winged snow eagle appeared almost at the same time. Wolf King and Fatso had already activated their transformation state, each holding a rib. The winged snow eagle also held the sky thunder sword, its terrifying edge toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Old bastard, you dare to provoke us, you're courting death. In the blink of an eye. As soon as one man and two beasts appeared, they swung the rib and the sky thunder sword, smashing towards the green-robed old woman. Bang! There was no suspense. In the face of this sudden scene, the green-robed old woman had no time to counterattack. Two ribs had smashed into her chest. With a crisp crack, her heart shattered on the spot, her entire chest caved in, and her flesh and blood were a mess. At the same time, the sky thunder sword fell, like cutting tofu, cutting off the green-robed old woman's left arm. Subsequently, the green-robed old woman crashed into the ice valley below like a meteor. The entire ice valley was razed to the ground in an instant. Hee hee, another battle saint has been killed. Why am I so awesome? The two-winged snow eagle chuckled. Idiot! Fatso and Wolf King looked at it with disdain, then looked at the shattered ice valley below. Is she dead? Fatso frowned. Do you still need to say it? If she's not dead, then there's no justice in the world. The winged snow eagle said. Boom. But before he finished, accompanied by a loud noise, the green-robed old woman rushed out from under the ice, her body dripping with blood. What? Are you the reincarnation of a cockroach? The winged snow eagle was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King were also in disbelief. You little bastards, just you wait. I'll be back soon and kill you all. The green-robed old woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others with resentment, then turned around and ran away without looking back. You still dare to threaten us? Wolf King's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, the winged snow eagle's eyes focused, staring at the green-robed old woman's right hand, and said in surprise, Look, she seems to be holding something in her hand. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King heard and looked over. There was a palm-sized flame in the green-robed old woman's right hand. The flame was completely green like jade, and it emitted strands of green brilliance. That is, the flame of life. Go after her. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King shouted almost at the same time. And at the same time, they jumped onto the back of the winged snow eagle. What are you doing? The winged snow eagle was a little confused. Wolf King said, Nonsense, you're the fastest. Don't dawdle. The flame of life has a strong recovery power. If we don't get it quickly, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Fatso shouted anxiously. Damn, this is too much. You actually want to use me as a mount. The winged snow eagle muttered in dissatisfaction, and instantly activated its fighting soul, flapping its 6 wings, and suddenly turned into a stream of light, chasing after the green-robed old woman. Faster! Fatso urged. Rush. Her heart is broken, it won't be easy to recover in such a short time. With this guy's speed, it'll be easy to catch up with her. Qin Feiyang said. That's right, the eunuch is more anxious than the emperor, it's talking about people like you. The winged snow eagle despised. Fatso snorted. Don't talk nonsense, be careful that Fat Lord will destroy you. What the hell? Who gave you the guts to say such words? Come, let's have a fight, let's see who will destroy who. The winged snow eagle was unhappy, and directly started to clamor. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a headache coming. What kind of time is it, still in the mood to bicker? As Qin Feiyang expected, in less than 100 breaths, the winged snow eagle caught up with the green-robed old woman. Swoosh! The 2 men and 2 beasts spread out, trapping the green-robed old woman in the middle. The winged snow eagle ridiculed, Where are you going? The green-robed old woman's eyes darkened, and said, Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of you in the 3rd area? Although these 2 men and 2 beasts had not stepped into the realm of War Saint, their methods were extremely shocking. Moreover, she could tell at a glance that the heavenly thunder sword was a sacred artifact. And those two ribs, although they did not have the holy aura, gave her the feeling that they were no worse than sacred artifacts. If you added the ice blade in Qin Feiyang's hands, that was to say, these little bastards had a total of 4 sacred artifacts. 4 sacred artifacts, what kind of concept was this? She didn't dare to think about it. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, who we are is not important, what's important is the fire of life. Hand over the fire of life, and I'll spare your dog life. Hearing this, the green-robed old woman was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Previously, she had used this kind of high and mighty attitude and tone to look down on the young man in front of her. But now, the tables had turned, and she, the war saint, was being looked down upon. She understood the principle of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. But wasn't this too fast? She was unwilling. Looking at the fire of life in her hand, she raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "How can I believe that what you said is true? Don't treat me like a villain like you. I always keep my word. Also, don't try to stall for time." Qin Feiyang said. The green-robed old woman glanced at the 2 men and 2 beasts, and couldn't help but feel despair in her heart. To think that she, a dignified war saint, was actually forced to such an extent by 4 war masters. It was simply too laughable. And the reason why Qin Feiyang did not directly snatch it was because he was worried that the green-robed old woman would do something desperate and swallow the fire of life. Chapter 791. In the sky, heavy snow fluttered, and cold currents swept in all directions, chilling to the bone. Qin Feiyang and the others stood in the air, holding battle weapons in their hands, their bodies filled with a murderous aura. The old woman in green robes who was surrounded in the middle looked particularly helpless, giving off a desolate feeling. "What are you waiting for? Quickly throw it over." Fatso raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand. The old woman in green robes glanced at Fatso, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I hope you can keep your word." With that, she waved her arm, and the fire of life flew out of her hand towards Qin Feiyang. However, at this moment, a white figure rushed up into the sky like lightning. Who? Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed as they rushed towards the fire of life at the same time. But the white figure was too fast, grabbing the fire of life in front of them. Hee. I finally got it. Immediately after, a burst of excited laughter reverberated in the void. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped in the air and looked at the person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His facial features were as sharp as a knife, and he looked extremely cold. Cui Qingqing. At the same time, the old woman in green robes also stared at the middle-aged man, her old eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Cui Qingqing waved his hand and kept the fire of life in his Jianquan bag, then turned to look at the old woman in green robes and said, "Old witch, you didn't expect that I would suddenly appear. Why you here?" The old woman in green robes said gloomily, "I've always been here, it's just that you didn't notice." But then again, 2 great battle saints were actually plotted against by a few little guys. You guys are really embarrassing. Cui Qingqing's eyes were full of ridicule. Damn it. The old woman in green robes cursed. Cui Qingqing's gaze turned and looked at Fatso and Wolf King, and finally looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Young man, you are very good, I admire you very much." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, but he became vigilant in his heart. The aura emitted by this person was not any weaker than the green-robed old woman. This was enough to prove that he was also a battle saint. Of course. That's because there aren't many people who would dare to plot against them in the 3rd district. What do you think? Give me the ice blade, the sword, and the 2 ribs. Not only will I help you kill this old witch, but I will also invite you to my Black Lion tribe as guests. Cui Qingqing said with a smile, looking very sincere. Don't believe his nonsense. He looks like a gentleman on the surface, but he's actually a sinister and cunning villain. The green-robed old woman hurriedly said, "You're about to die, why are you still talking so much nonsense?" Cui Qingqing raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the old woman's actions. Black Lion tribe. Qin Feiyang glanced at Cui Qingqing, then looked at the green-robed old woman and asked, "Are you close?" The green-robed old woman said, "My red smoke tribe and his black lion tribe have been fighting for hundreds of years. Of course, we're very close." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Cui Chingqing with a smile. "In that case, I really can't believe your words." Cui Chingqing's eyes flashed. "Are you sure? What do you think? However, if you can give me the fire of life, I can consider following you to your tribe as a guest." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Huh, you're actually talking about conditions with me. Interesting." Cui Chingqing smiled, but his eyes were cold. Qin Feiyang stared at this person vigilantly and said to himself, "Do you dare to fight?" Wolf King said without hesitation, "How dare you steal food from our mouths? Even if he's a battle saint, we'll make him pay the price." "That's right. We have 2 sacred artifacts, Mu Tianyang's God's Bone and even Chang Shui. What's there to be afraid of?" Fatso and the 2-winged snow eagle also secretly replied. Their words were filled with a shocking killing intent. When Qin Feiyang heard this, his blood boiled. He said to himself, "Then let's kill him and take back the fire of life." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, they did not hesitate any longer. Their auras exploded and they charged towards Cui Chingqing at the same time. Cui Chingqing was stunned. The green-robed old woman was also stunned. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would choose to run away. But they did not expect that not only did they not run away, they even took the initiative to attack. A few mere battle masters dared to challenge a battle saint and a battle saint at his peak. Were they stupid? Your guts are truly beyond imagination. However, I have to admit that you are very stupid. Do you know what it means to be an ant trying to shake a tree? I'll let you see it now. After Cui Chingqing regained his senses, the corner of his mouth immediately pursed into a mocking smile. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying holy aura rushed out of his body like a tide and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Then do you know that an ant can also topple an elephant? Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. The 2 men and 2 beasts did not stop at all. They did not dodge and directly faced the holy aura. Clang! The heavenly thunder sword and ice blade buzzed. Although they did not recover, they still exuded a shocking holy aura. And the 2 ribs were even stronger than sacred artifacts. Naturally, they could also block the holy aura. At this moment, they were like a sharp arrow, unstoppable, quickly closing the distance between them and Cui Chingqing. Seeing this, Cui Chingqing's eyes also became serious. Although he did not care about the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others, he did not dare to underestimate the lethality of the 4 sacred artifacts. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang and the others were not strong enough to recover the sacred artifacts. Otherwise, even he could only escape. Boom! His body shook and a wave of yellow battle chi rushed out of his body. In the blink of an eye, a huge fist appeared out of nowhere. It was like a mountain with a terrifying aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The ice peaks of different heights nearby collapsed like dead trees. The sound of the explosion was deafening. Since you are so stubborn, then go to hell. Sky-shattering fist. Cui Chingqing roared angrily. His black hair fluttered. That huge fist shook violently in the void. With a destructive aura, it blasted towards Qin Feiyang and the others. I will block it. You guys work together and be sure to seriously injure him in one blow. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. No, you are too weak now. I will block this fist. The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly said. Cui Chingqing was also a 1-star battle saint, but compared to the heavily injured green-robed old woman, he was much stronger. And this sky-shattering fist, judging from its aura, should be a superior battle art. A 1-star battle saint with the enhancement of a superior battle art. In other words, the power of Cui Chingqing's fist was comparable to that of a 4-star battle saint. Therefore, the dual-winged snow eagle was worried that with Qin Feiyang's strength, he might not be able to block this punch. If he couldn't block it, then he would definitely be smashed to pieces. But it was different. It had a higher cultivation than Qin Feiyang, a 9-star battle sect. And now, it had mastered the perfect battle art, the goshawk's tyrannical body. Coupled with the heavenly thunder sword, if it went all out, its chances of success would definitely be higher than Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang did not listen to it and directly used the phantom steps to welcome the fist. He naturally knew about the dual-winged snow eagle's worries and was very touched, because this meant that the dual-winged snow eagle had completely integrated into this small team. Therefore, he could not let the dual-winged snow eagle take the risk. Because, although the dual-winged snow eagle was a 9-star battle sect and was only a small realm away from Cui Qingqing, the difference between a battle sect and a battle saint was too great. It was no exaggeration. If there was no extraordinary method or external help, a 1-star battle saint could instantly kill a large number of 9-star battle sect. Therefore, he dared to conclude that the dual-winged snow eagle would definitely not be able to block this punch. As for him, although his cultivation was not as good as the dual-winged snow eagle, in terms of methods, the dual-winged snow eagle could be said to be far behind. For example, the return word tactic could ignore the barrier between realms and directly challenge those of a higher realm. And then there was Chang Shui and the ancient castle, which were both mysterious and unfathomable divine objects. And now he had fused with the fire of life, and with the protection of the battle word tactic, it was equivalent to a true immortal body. Therefore, he was very confident that he could block Cui Qingqing's punch. However, the dual-winged snow eagle was very angry about this. This bastard, why didn't he listen to his advice? At the same time, Cui Qingqing was also rather surprised. But immediately after, his face was filled with disdain. He no longer paid attention to Qin Feiyang. Shua. He took a mysterious step, and his speed suddenly doubled as he charged towards Fatso and Wolf King. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang was already a dead man, and there would be no accidents. He. It seems that he really thinks of us as soft persimmons that he can do whatever he wants. Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. What's going on? How can you still laugh? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at the man and wolf's behavior and felt a little uncomfortable. Young man, you're still too young. Little Qin Zi never does anything that he's not sure of, so there's no need to worry at all. Yes, just do as boss says. Wolf King and Fatso patted the dual-winged snow eagle's head and fearlessly faced Cui Qingqing. Is that so? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and then followed behind Fatso and Wolf King and swept towards Cui Qingqing. Seeing this, the sarcasm on Cui Qingqing's face became thicker, and then he looked at the sky thunder sword and the 2 ribs, his eyes full of greed. This kind of sacred object is simply a waste in the hands of idiots like you. He smiled contemptuously as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Fatso and Wolf King. He stretched out his hands and slapped at Wolf King and Fatso's chests. We'd love to. What? Since you're so awesome, why don't you take out a sacred object and show us? Fatso and Wolf King sneered. At the same time, they swung the ribs as if holding 2 dog-beating sticks and smashed at Cui Qingqing's arms. Cui Qingqing frowned and did not dare to touch it with his bare hands. In a flash, like a ghost, he circled behind the 2 beasts and locked his eyes on the dual-winged snow eagle. The dual-winged snow eagle was a 9-star battle sect and the biggest threat. As long as he got rid of it first, it was tantamount to victory. Damn it, do you want to die? The dual-winged snow eagle was naturally unhappy. Fatso and Wolf King were in front of it. Instead of dealing with them first, they wanted to kill it first? Did they think it was easy to bully? Goshawk tyrant body. It roared, and a blood-red aura rushed out of its body. In less than half a blink of an eye, its feathers and eyes turned blood-red, as if they were dyed with blood. Moreover, Chapter 792. This aura, could it be a perfect combat art? Cui Qingqing stared at the double-winged snow eagle, dumbfounded. At least you have a good eye. The double-winged snow eagle sneered. Impossible. How could the legendary perfect combat art exist in the 3rd zone? Cui Qingqing was in disbelief. At the same time, in the sky, Qin Feiyang was very close to the giant fist. Boom. He decisively activated the combat art, raised his arm at lightning speed, and slammed his palm in the air. Crush. A glaring golden light suddenly roared and turned into a giant wave, rushing toward the fist. At that moment, the two collided, and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Qin Feiyang immediately groaned and flew far away like a meteorite. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. His right hand, which had used the return art, was instantly crushed and turned into a bloody mist. Even his body was quickly covered in bloody scars. Blood gushed out like a spider web, and it was a ghastly sight. Boom! Crack! In the end, he crashed into a glacier in the distance. Air billowed and it was overwhelming. Within a radius of 10 miles, the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless beasts were also affected. Corpses were everywhere, and the glacier was stained with blood. In the blink of an eye, the place had turned into a purgatory. It was too horrible to look at. At the same time, the giant fist was also shattered into pieces. After charging forward for a short distance, it shattered into pieces in the void with a loud bang. As the combat art was destroyed, Cui Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The disbelief in his eyes was even more intense. He was already surprised that the double-winged snow eagle had mastered the perfect combat art. However, he did not expect Qin Feiyang to be able to block his combat art. It was not blocking. It was destroying. Blocking and destroying were two completely different things. Where did this group of bastards come from? How could they have such shocking skills? Boss? At the same time, Fatso looked at the shattered glacier with a worried face. Although he believed in Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the injuries caused by the sky-shattering fist on Qin Feiyang. Don't worry about him for now. Let's take this opportunity to get rid of that bastard. The Wolf King stared fixedly at Cui Qingqing, his eyes flashing with unparalleled ferocity. First, the double-winged snow eagle revealed its perfect battle art. Then, it was Qin Feiyang's turn to show his strength. Right now, Cui Qingqing was deeply shaken, so this was a good opportunity. When Fatso heard this, he turned to look at Cui Qingqing with murderous intent in his eyes. With a furious roar, he charged towards Cui Qingqing with Wolf King. The double-winged snow eagle also unleashed its lightning-fast attacks and pounced madly. However, Cui Qingqing was still a battle saint. Whether it was his battle experience or his battle instincts, he surpassed ordinary people. Just as Wolf King and Fatso arrived in front of him and smashed his ribs, he suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly retreated. Wolf King and Fatso's attack missed, and they were both very angry. One must know. This opportunity was exchanged for by Qin Feiyang's life. How could it fail? Absolutely not. Ego quick. One man and one wolf roared. Without any pause, with monstrous anger, they pounced forward again. At the same time, the double-winged snow eagle's eyes turned cold, its wings flapped crazily and like a ray of light, it shot out. When it was chasing after the green-robed old woman, it had already activated its battle soul. So now, its speed was several times faster than Wolf King and Fatso. But even so, it still couldn't catch up with Cui Qingqing. Although the double-winged snow eagle and Cui Qingqing were only one small realm apart, the speed of a battle saint and a battle master was simply heaven and earth apart. For example, a 9-star battle master could fly 10 meters away in every breath, and a 1-star battle saint could fly 50 to 60 meters away. The gap between them was not something that could be made up for by external objects. Moreover, Cui Qingqing also mastered auxiliary battle arts. This is not the way to go on. The double-winged snow eagle was very anxious. Wolf King and Fatso were even more anxious. Looking at the man and the two beasts, Cui Qingqing's face was full of ridicule. But at the same time, he was also quite angry in his heart. If not for that battle sword and those 2 ribs, killing this man and 2 beasts would be as easy as flipping his hand. It would not be like now, where his hands and feet were tied. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his spirit was lifted. That little bastard must be dead. When I find that ice blade, all of you will go to the Yellow Springs to accompany him. Just you wait, you will be in despair soon. Ha! Cui Qingqing laughed loudly, turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the broken glacier. Fatso, Wolf King, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other, their expressions gloomy as they hurriedly chased after him. On the other side, The green-robed old woman looked at the backs of the group of people, her eyes flickering. Suddenly, she smiled sinisterly, landed on the glacier below, and quietly followed. Obviously, she still wanted to take advantage of the situation. Very quickly, Cui Qingqing arrived above the broken glacier and looked down. Directly below, there was a huge sinkhole. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Qin Feiyang was lying quietly in a pool of blood, without any signs of life. The ice blade was also by his side. He really is dead. Cui Qingqing was overjoyed. He turned his head and looked at Fatso and Wolf King behind him, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. "Boss! Little Qin Zi." After a few breaths, Fatso and Wolf King also came to the sky above the sinkhole. Looking at Qin Feiyang lying in blood, they suddenly roared and rushed towards the sinkhole desperately. At this time, Cui Qingqing had already landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He looked up at Fatso and the others, a victorious smile on his face, and said, "Don't worry, I'll send you to accompany him right away." After saying that, he lowered his head, bent down, and reached out to grab the ice blade. Shwa! But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and two cold lights burst out. At the same time, his bloody left hand grabbed the ice blade and pierced into Cui Qingqing's lower abdomen like lightning. That bone-piercing cold air and terrifying sharpness instantly shattered Cui Qingqing's qi. A blood-curdling scream immediately resounded through the sky. Once the qi was shattered, no matter how high the cultivation was, it was equivalent to a cripple. Fatso and Wolf King were stunned. After all this time, Qin Feiyang was just faking his death? The old woman in a green robe who was following them heard Cui Qingqing scream and immediately stopped. Her old face was full of surprise. What was going on? Why was Cui Qingqing screaming? Could it be that he was plotted against by those little bastards again? Because the distance was a bit far, and Qin Feiyang and Cui Qingqing were at the bottom of the sinkhole, the old woman in a green robe did not know what had happened. But Cui Qingqing's painful scream made her feel frightened and uneasy. Shwa! After a little struggle, she decisively turned around and fled this place. But at this time, the double-winged snow eagle found her and was quite surprised. She did not escape? Fatso also followed the double-winged snow eagle's gaze and looked at the old woman in a green robe. He sneered, "It seems that she wants to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Since she wants to die, we must certainly fulfill her wish. Fatso Eagle, you go and kill her. I will go and help little Qin Zi." Wolf King's eyes flashed with killing intent. "No problem." Fatso and the double-winged snow eagle laughed, turned in the air, and chased after the old woman in a green robe. Wolf King continued to rush towards the sinkhole. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Cui Qingqing had stopped screaming and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. "Why are you not dead? Why?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and forcefully pulled out the ice blade. Cui Qingqing's heart suddenly spurted blood like a column, and he collapsed weakly. Qin Feiyang slowly got up. The injuries all over his body made him grimace in pain. However, he was strong-willed and could still bear it. After getting up, he took a deep breath, looked down at Cui Qingqing and said, "Because I have merged with the fire of life." What? Cui Qingqing's face changed and he said in shock, "You also have the fire of life." Qin Feiyang said, "Is it strange?" "Isn't it strange?" Cui Qingqing asked. "How could ordinary people obtain a treasure like the fire of life?" But then, he said, "No, even if you have merged with the fire of life and have an immortal body, there is still a limit. Once this limit is exceeded, you will still die. And the sky-shattering fist is my strongest trump card, and I am a battle saint. Just the fire of life is not enough to let you live. There must be other factors." Cui Qingqing said, "You are quite smart. Yes, in addition to the fire of life, I also have a divine art. The fusion of this divine art and the fire of life can give me a real immortal body." Qin Feiyang said. "Divine art?" Cui Qingqing looked surprised and said, "Who are you?" Qin Feiyang said, "Qin Feiyang." "What? You are Qin Feiyang who slaughtered all the creatures in the first and second areas?" Cui Qingqing's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Who told you? Your evil deeds are now known by everyone in the third area. Do you still need others to tell me?" Cui Qingqing sneered. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. Who was it that was spreading rumors? Mysterious madam? But the mysterious madam said that she would not disturb him for at least 5 years. So she should not have come to the third area to spread these rumors. Could it be Mu Qing? With the grudge between him and Mu Qing, it was really possible that she deliberately tricked him. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, Cui Qingqing's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his hand and reached for his Qiankuan bag, and the fire of life immediately rushed out of his Qiankuan bag. He grabbed the fire of life and stuffed it into his mouth. "You're courting death." Seeing that Cui Qingqing was about to succeed, Wolf King rushed over from the sky, grabbed his ribs, and smashed his head with his rod. Crack! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Cui Qingqing's head exploded like a watermelon, and he died on the spot. Wolf King looked at Cui Qingqing with disdain, grabbed the fire of life, and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You're too careless. What if he really swallowed it? You still have the nerve to talk about me? I created such a good opportunity for you, but what about you? You didn't even hurt a single hair on his head." If I hadn't heard his words and faked my death here to ambush him, not to mention the fire of life, I wouldn't even be able to get a single strand of hair. Chapter 793. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Wolf King laughed embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, took out a healing pill and swallowed it. This time, his injuries were very serious. Not only was his body cracked, even his internal organs were severely injured. However, after fusing with the fire of life, every cell in his body was filled with a huge amount of life energy. With the help of the healing pill, his life was not in danger. But for a period of time, he would definitely not be able to fight again. Not long after, a painful scream came from afar. It was the green-robed old woman's scream. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wolf King. "Search Cui Qingqing's Qiankuan bag." "Qiankuan bag?" Wolf King was slightly stunned, and then its eyes lit up. It hurriedly squatted on the ground and stretched out its claws to search Cui Qingqing's clothes. It took out a Qiankuan bag, checked it for a while, and said in joy, "There are so many 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously and took the Qiankuan bag to check. There were indeed some 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs inside. Initial estimates showed that there were more than 200 stalks. "Not bad." Qin Feiyang laughed. In addition to the medicinal herbs, there were also quite a few gold coins. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Suddenly, Wolf King frowned. "Little Qin Zi, there is a problem that I can't figure out." "What's the problem?" Qin Feiyang looked at it and asked. That old witch could have used the teleportation gate to escape, but why didn't she open it? Wolf King was suspicious. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wolf King's words really reminded him. As a war saint, he must have some teleportation gates on him at all times. And in the process of them chasing after the green-robed old woman, she had the chance to open the teleportation gate and escape. But why didn't she take out the teleportation gate until she died? After a while, Wolf King turned to look in the direction of Fatso and the two-winged snow eagle and asked suspiciously, "Strange, why haven't Fatso and Old Eagle returned yet?" Qin Feiyang also frowned. The place where the screams came from was about 2 to 3 miles away from here. Logically speaking, Fatso and Shui Ying should have arrived by now and joined them. Could something have happened? "Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He dragged his tired body and flew over. A short while later, the man and the wolf saw a bloody corpse lying on the broken glacier. It was the green-robed old woman. However, there was no sign of Fatso or Shui Ying in the surroundings. Wolf King said angrily, "Where did those two bastards go?" Whoosh! But his voice fell. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, Fatty and the two-winged snow eagle flew over from above the glacier. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Wolf King standing beside the green-robed old woman's corpse, one man and one eagle were a little surprised. Swish! Following closely, they swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Fatso immediately asked with concern, "Boss, how are your injuries?" "I won't die." Qin Feiyang smiled and frowned. "Where did you go?" Hearing Qin Feiyang's answer, Fatso let out a long breath and said, "We went to look for her Qiankuan bag." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. "After killing her, I guessed that there might be 10,000 years old medicinal herbs in her Qiankuan bag, so I searched her body, but I couldn't find her Qiankuan bag. Old eagle, and I guessed that she might have accidentally left it on the way to escape, so we ran back to look for it. As a result, we found a few fragments of the Qiankuan bag at the place where she fought with the black-robed old man. We guessed that it must have been accidentally destroyed when she was fighting with the black-robed old man." Fatso said, "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. No wonder this woman didn't open the portal. It turned out that the Qiankuan bag was destroyed. Because once the Qiankuan bag was destroyed, the things inside would also shatter and turn into nothingness. I also found this jade box in her qi. There was still some life energy left in it. It should be used to store the fire of life. Fatso took out a palm-sized jade box from his arms. The jade box was pure white and quite exquisite. Qin Feiyang looked at the jade box and laughed. "Although it's a pity that we didn't get her Qiankuan bag, but no matter what, this time we can be considered a great victory. Go to the castle immediately and count the spoils of war this time. I estimate that we should be able to gather a few sets of small creation pills medicinal ingredients." Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish speaking, Fatso and Wolf King couldn't help but become excited. Especially the double-winged snow eagle. Suddenly, Wolf King stared at the fire of life in Qin Feiyang's hands, rolled his eyes, and laid on the ground with a plop, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore." "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it in shock. "When I was fighting with Cui Chengqing just now, I suffered a very heavy injury. I have to fuse with the fire of life to be saved," Wolf King said in despair. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other in dismay. At that time, they were all present. Why didn't they see this guy injured? If you want the fire of life, just say it. Why make up such a lame excuse? I can't take it anymore." Qin Feiyang, quickly save this emperor. In the future, this emperor will definitely do his best for you until the day he dies. The double-winged snow eagle also lay on the ground, stretched out its wings, and looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Seeing the double-winged snow eagle imitating him, Wolf King was unhappy. He turned over and got up, angrily saying, "What's the point of this? Shouldn't everything be first come, first served? What a joke. I contributed the most to snatching the fire of life this time. Of course it should belong to me." The double-winged snow eagle also flapped its wings and soared into the sky, staring at Wolf King without showing any weakness. "Are you here to be funny? Ask little Qin Zi and Fatso, what did you do? Why do you say that you contributed the most?" Wolf King said. The double-winged snow eagle said, "Then tell me, where did you get injured? Why can't I see it?" Wolf King said confidently, "Nonsense, this is an internal injury. Of course you can't see it. I also have internal injuries. Do you believe me?" The double-winged snow eagle said. Wolf King's veins suddenly bulged and he roared, "Believe your ass. Get as far away as you can. Come on, show me how to get away first." The double-winged snow eagle clamored. Looking at the wolf and the eagle arguing, Qin Feiyang was really speechless. They even brought up internal injuries. What a clown. Qin Feiyang coughed, reached out and stopped the two beasts and said, "Don't even think about it. After fusing with the fire of life, only one person could benefit. Just like him and Fatty, they were the only ones benefiting right now. But if they didn't fuse, everyone could absorb the energy of the fire of life to heal their injuries. So, unless it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't let anyone fuse with it." Shua. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and Wolf King to the castle. Fire of life, 6th grade alchemy fire, Saint level weapon ice blade, and countless tens of thousands of years old medicinal herbs, risk and opportunity coexist. This sentence is indeed true. Qin Feiyang silently counted the spoils of war in his heart. Then, with a smile on his face, he soared into the sky and flew forward. Not long after, he found a lake, washed the blood stains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and continued on his way. 6 hours later, his injuries had mostly healed, and his speed was getting faster and faster. On the horizon ahead, he could faintly see 2 tribes. Songhai Tribe, Black Lion Tribe, Red Smoke Tribe. I have to investigate the background of these 3 tribes, Qin Feiyang whispered. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of weapons colliding entered Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and immediately became vigilant, lowering his head to scan the area below. He had encountered 3 battle saints in a row and almost lost his life, so now, any slight movement would make him extra careful. Below, there was a vast forest. The sound of weapons colliding came from the forest, not far from where he was. He could still sense 2 auras, but they were very weak. According to his judgment, it should be the aura of a battle emperor. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was only a battle emperor, then there was no need to worry. After pondering for a while, he restrained his aura, landed in the forest, and walked toward the place of the battle. A moment later, he crossed a snowy ridge, stood on an ice peak more than 100 feet high, and looked down. Not far away, a man and a woman were fighting, rolling up snowflakes all over the sky. The surrounding trees had been destroyed by the fluctuations of the battle, and it was a mess. The man and woman were about the same age as him, in their 20s. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall, with icy skin and jade-like bones. She wore a white gauze dress, and her eyes were as clear as a mirror. She was quite beautiful. The young man was also tall, wearing a purple robe. He had bright eyes and white teeth, and his appearance was extraordinary. Both of them held a 3-foot-long sword in their hands, and the sharpness was astonishing. At this moment, their clothes were somewhat tattered, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Their cultivation were similar, both were 3-star battle emperors. Qin Feiyang had not seen a battle between battle emperors for a long time. Therefore, for a moment, he watched with great interest. However, after watching for a while, he felt a little strange. Although their cultivation were the same, the young man in purple was obviously stronger than the woman in white. And now, the woman in white was indeed being forced back by the young man in purple. It could be said that if the young man in purple wanted to end the battle, he could do it immediately. However, the young man in purple did not kill the woman in white. After a while, the young man in purple was angry and roared, "Bitch, it's your fortune that I have taken a fancy to you. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't let you do as you wish." The woman in white scolded. Her bright eyes were filled with hatred, but there was also a trace of helplessness. "So that's how it is?" Qin Feiyang whispered, and then the corner of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. How melodramatic. Chapter 794. Die. Let me tell you, if you don't obey me today, it'll be hard for you to die. The purple-clothed young man smiled disdainfully and stepped in front of the white-clothed woman, slashing the sword in his hand with all his strength. The white-clothed woman seemed to be a little flustered and blocked with her sword. Clang. However, the purple-clothed young man's strength was too great, making her arm numb. The sword in her hand immediately fell out of her hand and into the snow in the distance. "See? This is the difference between you and me." The purple-clothed young man's disdain was even stronger. He raised his hand and slapped the white-clothed woman's chest. Suddenly, the white-clothed woman's delicate body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bang, she flew out and hit a tree stump. It feels good." The purple-clothed young man looked down at his palm and then looked up at the white-clothed woman's chest. There was a trace of lewd smile in his eyes. "Bastard! You wait, my father won't let you go." The white-clothed woman was angry and shouted, "Don't worry. When the rice is cooked, your father will not kill me, but will beg me to marry you. The purple-clothed young man licked his lips and threw away the sword in his hand. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced on the white-clothed woman and couldn't wait to reach his hands into her dress. Bastard, stay away from me. The white-clothed woman was terrified to the extreme and desperately tried to push the purple-clothed young man away. But facing the purple-clothed young man who was beastly, how could she break free? Helplessness and despair instantly drowned her body and mind. I'm curious, in this world of ice and snow, can your little thing get hard? But at this time, a playful voice suddenly sounded from the side. The purple-clothed young man was shocked and turned his head to look. He saw that not far away, there was actually a white-clothed young man who appeared out of nowhere. This white-clothed young man was none other than Qin Feiyong. He was very disgusted with this kind of bullying behavior. So, he stood up and stopped the purple-clothed young man's beastly behavior. At this moment, Qin Feiyong hid his aura like an ordinary person. And his injuries had not healed and his face was faintly pale. At first glance, he was like a sick young man. The purple-clothed youth glanced at Qin Feiyong, disdain crawling up his face as he said, "Let me tell you, don't meddle in other people's business." His body was still firmly pressing down on the woman in white, not giving her a chance to escape. The woman in white struggled a few times, but she couldn't break free. She also looked at Qin Feiyong. Her teary eyes were filled with pleading. Qin Feiyong looked at her and smiled at the purple-clothed youth. Shouldn't this kind of thing be consensual? Why do you talk so much nonsense? Do you want to die? Scram if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, if you anger this young master, you won't have a good time. The purple-clad young man said angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't go, please, I beg you, save me. The white-clothed woman immediately began to plead as well, her tears falling like rain. Don't be afraid. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly, looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with me, I just can't stand seeing a woman cry in front of me, especially such a beautiful little girl. You're courting death. The purple-clothed youth became ferocious. He stood up and grabbed the battle sword, staring at Qin Feiyong fiercely, and said, Do you know who this young master is? Tell me, let's see if you can scare me. Qin Feiyong still had a faint smile on his face. Listen carefully to this young master. This young master is the son of the Black Cloud tribe's leader, Hiyu. Do you know how strong my father is? Let me tell you, he is an invincible 9-star war sect. The purple-clothed youth said proudly. Qin Feiyong was stunned. If the 9-star war sect was invincible, then wouldn't the war saint be heaven-defying? The frog at the bottom of the well was truly pitiful. He would never know how big the outside world was. You really scared me. Qin Feiyong chuckled, and walked towards the purple-clothed youth step by step. Looks like you really want to die. The purple-clothed youth laughed coldly, raised his battle sword, and slashed towards Qin Feiyong. Be careful. The white-clothed woman who was curled up in a ball by the side was extremely frightened. When she saw this scene, her expression changed drastically as she hurriedly cried out. Clang. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feiyong raised his arm, and with a light pinch of his index and middle fingers, he directly caught the blade of the sword. What? The purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman were immediately dumbstruck. He actually blocked the battle sword with his bare hands? Was this a dream? I don't believe it. The purple-clothed youth roared, wanting to pull out the battle sword. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to pull back the battle sword. Just because your father is strong doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Qin Feiyong smiled faintly, and with a slight force from his index finger, accompanied by a clanging sound, the battle sword flew out of the purple-clothed youth's hand and stabbed into the snow not far away. At the same time, the purple-clothed youth was also forced to retreat, and his arm that was holding the sword was bleeding profusely. Isn't this strength too strong? The purple-clothed youth's face turned pale as he stared at Qin Feiyong in shock. Women are meant to be loved, not used to vent their lust, understand? Qin Feiyong said lightly. Yes, I know I was wrong. The purple-clothed youth's gaze trembled as he nodded his head repeatedly. Scram. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said. The purple-clothed youth hurriedly turned around and fled as if he had been pardoned. He didn't even care about his battle sword. You bastard, how dare you disturb this young master's good fortune? Just you wait, you will be finished soon. After running for a distance, the purple-clothed youth saw that Qin Feiyang did not chase after him, so he left a threat without turning his head. Qin Feiyang was stunned. How dare he threaten him? He was truly a person who was not afraid of death. However, he was too lazy to care about it. He was just a war emperor, what could he do to hurt him? Even if the leader of the Black Cloud tribe came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. So, the purple-clothed youth disappeared from Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Seeing the purple-clothed youth leave, the white-clothed woman finally got rid of the fear in her heart. She stood up and tidied up her dress and said gratefully, "Thank you." It's nothing, it's nothing," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile and turned around to leave. Seeing that, the white-clothed woman hurriedly said, "Wait, I haven't asked for Big Brother's name yet?" Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. But after saying that, he regretted it. Cui Qingqing had said that the rumor that he had killed all the people in the first and second areas was already known to everyone in the third area. And this woman definitely knew about it as well. He turned to look at the woman, his eyes flickering. Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the white-clothed woman also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "What do you want to say?" The white-clothed woman stammered, looking rather nervous. Qin Feiyang asked again, "Do you think I look like a murderous demon king?" "Not at all." The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, "But now, everyone is talking about how you massacred everyone in the first and second areas. Gossip is a fearful thing." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, turned around, and left in large strides. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the white-clothed woman struggled for a moment and said, "Qin Dage, wait." Then he chased after him. "Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at her suspiciously. "No matter what kind of person you are, Qin Dage, I have to thank you properly. So, I boldly invite Qin Dage to my tribe as a guest, and I hope Qin Dage won't refuse." The white-clothed woman said with a face full of sincerity. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. "Don't worry, my father and the clansmen of my tribe are all grateful people, and they won't reveal your identity." The white-clothed woman seemed to have seen Qin Feiyang's concern, and said again, "Well, I happen to have a lot of questions and I want to ask you." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The white-clothed woman was overjoyed, and quickly ran to pick up the battle sword that had fallen before, and then ran to Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "My tribe is not far ahead, Qin Dage, please." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and strode forward. But just as he turned around, the white-clothed woman's eyes suddenly surged with a cold light, and the arm holding the battle sword suddenly raised, piercing Qin Feiyang's back like lightning and penetrating his lower abdomen. His chi was also instantly shattered. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The white-clothed woman seemed to be very scared, and quickly pulled out the battle sword, and retreated far away. Qin Feiyang looked down at the wound on his lower abdomen, and for a moment he found it hard to believe that this woman would actually plot against him. One had to know. It was he who had saved the white-clothed woman's life before. Moreover, this woman appeared to be so kind and pure. Swish. He suddenly turned around, stared at the white-clothed woman, and said, "This is your so-called gratitude?" As if frightened by Qin Feiyang's gaze, the white-clothed woman kept retreating and said, "You killed so many people, your sins are monstrous, and you deserve to die. I am eliminating evil for the people. What's more, the city lord of Tianyang City has already put a bounty on you." "Bounty?" Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he mocked. "I think it's fake to get rid of evil for the people. It's more like it's for the bounty. I'm very curious, how much bounty did that heavenly sun city lord put on me?" 500 billion gold coins, a type of 6th grade pillfire. The white-clothed woman said. "I'm so valuable." Qin Feiyang laughed. He didn't die even after encountering 3 great one-star battle saints. and now he actually fell into the hands of a 3-star battle emperor? What a joke. Suddenly, his eyes burst out with a shocking killing intent. Clang. With a thought, Chang Shui appeared, streaking across the sky like lightning, and entered the white-clothed woman's heart. With a blood-curdling scream, the white-clothed woman died on the spot, and blood splattered 3 feet. Although his qi was shattered, and he was equivalent to a cripple, controlling Chang Shui did not require battle qi, and only required a thought. No matter how kind a person looks on the surface, they can't be trusted easily. Looking at the white-clothed woman's corpse, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This was the price of trusting a person easily. However, after fusing with the fire of life, the shattering of the qi was not a fatal injury. Moreover, he still had the spirit C pill, and as long as he recuperated for a period of time, his qi would be able to recover. Following that, Chapter 795. Little Qin Zi, is that woman beautiful? As soon as they entered the castle, Wolf King approached Qin Feiyang and asked sneakily. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You have always been vigilant, but this time you fell into the hands of a woman. So we were thinking that she must be a great beauty." Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fatso and the others. Everyone's eyes were full of ridicule. Wolf King urged, "Tell us, we are really curious." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, "That's enough. Who hasn't made a mistake? It's understandable for others to make a mistake, but it's unusual for you to make a mistake." The fatty chuckled, and a wretched grin appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. He was not a god. He was just a mortal with the naked eye. Besides, even if he was a god, there would be times when he made a mistake. Was it necessary to tease him like this? He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground, took a spirit C pill, and began to repair his qi. Seeing this, Fatso and the others couldn't help but snicker. Fatso said secretly, "Do you think we should just let it go?" "Nonsense, of course we can't just let it go." Lu Hong snorted coldly. The fatty was slightly taken aback. He looked at Lu Hong playfully with a meaningful smile on his face. Not long after Qin Feiyang entered the castle, a group of people flew over aggressively. The person in the lead was a burly man. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore a pair of black shorts. His upper body was exposed, and his bronze skin was full of explosive power. His eyes were sharp, his muscles bulged, and his whole body exuded a wild aura. Beside the burly man was a young man. His face was pale and his gaze was weak. However, there was a sinister look between his brows. It was the purple-clothed youth who had escaped earlier, Hiyu. There were more than 10 people behind the two of them. Their strength was not bad either, and the weakest was a 1-star battle ancestor. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the scene of the incident. Hiyu pointed downwards and said, "Uncle, it was here earlier." The burly man swept his gaze across the glacier below. Looking at the radius of several miles, there was not even a shadow of a ghost, let alone a human. He turned to Hiyu and frowned. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Hiyu nodded. A black-clothed man behind him said, "Could it be that he has already gone to the White Cloud tribe?" "Impossible. The White Cloud tribe is adjacent to our Black Cloud tribe. If he really went to the White Cloud tribe, he would definitely meet us on the way." The burly man shook his head. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and said, "Go down and search carefully. See if you can find any clues." "Yes." The 10 or so people behind the burly man respectfully responded and spread out in all directions, starting a carpet search. Hiyu swept his gaze across the forest below, and his gaze became gloomier. He said, "Uncle, no matter what, we can't let him escape." "Don't worry. With Uncle here, as long as we can find him, he will definitely die today. But you, heir, don't blame Uncle for scolding you. What you did this time was really inappropriate." The burly man said. "This?" Hiyu frowned and said, "Didn't you and father ask me to take down that woman? Why are you blaming me now?" "We asked you to take down Yi Ke." As long as you can marry her, our Black Cloud tribe will be able to nibble away their White Cloud tribe step by step. At that time, when our two tribes merge into one, our Black Cloud tribe's position in the third region will change completely. But your father and I want you to please Hikai, and make her willing to be your woman. You, on the other hand, actually tricked her out and forced yourself on her. Isn't this ruining our good fortune? The burly man said angrily. Hiyu heard this and lowered his head. He said, Uncle, I was wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. The main problem now is that we can't let the White Cloud tribe know about this. Our two tribes are equal in strength. If we really fight because of this, it will definitely be a situation where both sides lose. The burly man said with a trace of worry between his eyebrows. Hiyu was shocked and secretly said, Uncle, you mean to silence them by killing them? That's right. No matter if it's Yi Kai or the person who ruined your plan, they must die. The burly man nodded, his eyes full of killing intent. While the two were talking, on the snowy ground below, a burly man who was searching around suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. He squatted down in surprise and dug away the snow, and a female corpse immediately came into his sight. Yi Kai? He suddenly changed color and shouted, Come over quickly. What's the situation? Hiyu and the burly man looked at each other and quickly swooped down and landed beside the burly man. When they saw the female corpse, their faces were filled with shock. What's going on? You? Didn't you say that person saved Yi Kai? But how did she die here? The people who heard the news all looked at Hiyu in surprise. I don't know either. Hiyu also had a confused look on her face. Suddenly, the burly man's eyes lit up and said, This is a good thing. Good thing? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The burly man looked at Hiyu and said, Yi Kai's death must be related to that person, and as long as Yi Kai is dead, other than us, no one will know what you did to Yi Kai. Doesn't that person know? Hiyu frowned. So what if he knows? Will the White Cloud tribe believe his words? Let me tell you, go to the White Cloud tribe later and tell Yi Kai's father. The burly man whispered a few words in Hiyu's ear. After listening, Hiyu's eyes lit up, he gave a thumbs up and said with a sinister smile, Great, Uncle is indeed worthy of being the star of wisdom of my Black Cloud tribe. Looking at the two people who were laughing sinisterly, the more than 10 people of the Black Cloud tribe next to them were all puzzled. The burly man chuckled, looked at the others and said, Don't ask anything, go back first and wait for a good show. Immediately, the group of people went back the way they came. Are you going to leave just like that? But at this moment, a joking voice sounded. Wolf King and Fatso appeared behind the group of people out of thin air. The castle was right next to Yi Kai's body, so the words of Hiyu were clearly heard by Qin Feiyang and the others. Although they did not hear the burly man's last words to Hiyu, they could imagine that it was definitely not a good thing. So, Qin Feiyang let Fatso and Wolf King come out and deal with these people. Who are you? How did you appear? Towards the sudden appearance of a man and a wolf, Hiyu and the others were also extremely surprised. Fatso looked at Hiyu and laughed. If you can tell Fat Lord those last words, Fat Lord will tell you who we are and how we appeared. You're courting death. Hiyu's eyes darkened and said, Uncle, this might be that person's accomplice. We can't let them go. Aya, you're so smart? Yes, the man who scared you to the point of pissing your pants just now is my little brother. Wolf King let out a strange cry, his eyes full of ridicule. Little brother? Heard of it. The faces of the group of people from the Black Cloud tribe suddenly became incomparably strange. Ha, are you here to be funny? You're just a beast, how could he be your little brother? Following closely, the group of people burst into laughter. You don't believe me? Then I'll let you see how powerful I am. Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned cold and shouted, Fat little brother, kill them. Fatso was stunned, turned his head to look at Wolf King and said, Are you talking to me? Nonsense. Is there anyone else here other than you? Wolf King raised his eyebrows and said. Fatso was stunned, his face twitching non-stop. Seeing Wolf King's aggressive manner, he thought that Wolf King would personally make a move, But he did not expect that the result would be him making a move. Actually, this didn't matter. After all, they were on the same side, so it was the same no matter who made a move. However, the title of Fat Little Brother made him a little unhappy. "What are you doing? Is it wrong for you to call me little brother?" Seeing Fatso not moving for a long time, Wolf King raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing an unfriendly look. "Who said that? It's Fat Lord's honor to be able to be your little brother, Brother Wolf." Fatso shrunk his neck and immediately roared. "That's it." Wolf King chuckled, waved his claws and said, "Go, let them see our strength." "All right." Fatso nodded and ran towards Hiyu and the others. Hiyu and the others looked at each other in dismay. Where did these two come from? Wasn't this too funny? Bluff. The burly man's gaze turned cold as he directly struck out with his palm. A resplendent battle chi surged as it pounced towards Fatso. Fatso did not have any aura at the moment, and with his round body, he looked like a useless person. So, not only the burly man, even Hiyu did not put Fatso in his eyes. 7 Stars War Sect, very awesome. At the same time, Fatso stared at the burly man, his face full of smiles. Shwa. Suddenly, his speed increased greatly. Like a bolt of lightning, he calmly dodged the battle chi and instantly landed in front of the burly man. What? This speed? The burly man's expression changed as he roared, "Not good, they are pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. I'll hold him back, you guys run." Just by looking at this speed, the burly man knew that Fatso and Wolf King were hiding their strength. When the dozen or so Black Cloud tribe clansmen heard the burly man's words, they were shocked and hurriedly fled with Hiyu. "I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on." Fatso looked at the people who were escaping. He suddenly raised his fan-like hand and grabbed towards the burly man's neck. "Don't be arrogant, I'm a 7 Stars War Sect after all." The burly man shouted angrily, and threw a punch at Fatso without dodging. Fatso grinned. The dragon transformation art was instantly activated, and his aura soared. What? This aura, it actually surpasses the 9 Stars War Sect. The burly man's face was filled with shock. He did not dare to continue fighting, retracted his fist, and fled in panic. "What are you running for?" The corner of Fatso's mouth lifted. He used the return to one step and chased after the burly man like lightning, smashing his fist onto the burly man's back. Fatso, who had transformed into a dragon warrior, whether it was his defensive power or his offensive power, it would increase exponentially. Fatso himself was a 6-star war sect, and the dragon transformation art was a perfect battle art. Therefore, his current fighting strength had already surpassed the 9 Stars War Sect. How could the burly man withstand a punch that surpassed the 9 Stars War Sect? Boom! On the spot. The burly man was sent flying by the punch, his internal organs ruptured, and with a blood-curdling scream, he flew out horizontally and smashed into a snowy ridge in front of him. With a loud rumble, the snowy mountain range collapsed and buried him. "You can't even withstand a single blow." Fatso shook his head and sneered. He raised his head and looked at Hiyu and the others. A black-clothed man opened a teleportation gate, and a group of people were preparing to escape through the teleportation gate. "Before we escape, do we have to get Fat Lord's permission?" Fatso sneered. He raised his hand and waved it. Black Dragon Battle Chi appeared, and like a black python, it roared and rushed forward. Boom! Chapter 796. Trash. Fatso smiled disdainfully, took back his arm, turned around and walked to Wolf King. He laughed and said, "Well, Fat Lord is awesome, right? Humph, it's just a group of small fish. What's there to be proud of?" Wolf King rolled his eyes at him and whispered, "Little Chin Z, that's enough. Take us to the castle." Before his voice died away, Fatso and Wolf King disappeared into thin air, as if they had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace. However, not long after they disappeared, a bloody figure crawled out from the collapsed snowy mountain. It was the burly man. Glancing at the empty snowy land, he immediately opened a portal and climbed in. The next moment, he landed in front of the gate of a tribe. 2 tall burly men stood on both sides of the gate. As soon as they saw the burly man, their faces changed. They hurried forward and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" The burly man did not answer, but asked anxiously, "Did you and the others come back?" "I didn't see them." The two men shook their heads. The burly man's heart sank. He said, "Take me to the chief." The two men hurriedly helped the burly man up. One of them immediately carried the burly man on his back and rushed into the tribe. Soon, the two men came to a wooden building in the center of the tribe. The door of the wooden building was closed. The burly man carried the burly man on his back and rushed in. "Why are you in such a panic?" A displeased voice could be heard in the wooden building. In the center of the hall, there was a white animal skin. A middle-aged man in white was sitting cross-legged on the animal skin with his eyes closed. He was thin, about 1.8 meters tall, and his cold facial features had a great majesty. This man was the chief of the Black Cloud tribe. The burly man said anxiously, "Second brother, did you come back?" The chief of the Black Cloud tribe was stunned and opened his eyes. When he saw the burly man full of scars, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly got up and walked to the sturdy man's side. Looking at the sturdy man, he asked in surprise, "Big brother, what happened to you?" The burly man roared, "Answer me first, is you back yet?" The leader of the Black Cloud group shook his head. "It's over." The burly man's face instantly turned ashen. Seeing this, the leader of the Black Cloud Alliance couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. He urged, "What's going on? Big brother, quickly tell us." "Put me down." The burly man patted the burly man's shoulder. The burly man squatted down. When the burly man's feet touched the ground, the burly man turned around and supported the burly man. "It's like this." The burly man looked at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and explained everything that had happened in detail. "What?" Hearing those words, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe staggered and nearly fell to the ground. "Second brother, it's Big Brother's fault for not being able to protect you. If you want to beat me or scold me, feel free to do so." The burly man blamed himself. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe closed his eyes, his face filled with pain. A moment later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. "Big brother, this isn't your fault. It's my fault. If I could have gone there myself, none of this would have happened." But the burly man wanted to say something, but the leader of the Black Cloud tribe extended his hand and said, "Big brother, it's already happened. There's no need to argue about who's right and who's wrong. The most important thing right now is to avenge everyone." When he said the last sentence, a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. "Second brother, don't be rash. That fatso's strength is very terrifying." At that time, when he turned into a dragon form, his aura surpassed that of the 9-star war sect. If even he is so strong, then one can imagine that the wolf's strength is definitely stronger than his. That's why we have to take the long view. The burly man hurriedly said, "Stronger than the 9-star war sect?" The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was stunned. "Do you know them?" "I've never seen it before, nor have I heard of it before." The burly man shook his head. "Strange. I have some understanding of the major tribes in the third area. Why have I never heard of anyone who can transform into a dragon form?" The leader of the Black Cloud tribe frowned. The burly man said in a deep voice, "No matter who they are, we have to make them pay the price. Second brother, I have a good idea." "Speak." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at him. The burly man waved to the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe walked forward and whispered a few words into his ear. "Good idea." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was overjoyed. He supported the burly man and looked at the burly man beside him. "You guys go to the White Cloud tribe immediately and tell Yi Chi that his daughter has been killed." "Yes, sir." The burly man respectfully replied, opened a teleportation door, and quickly left. "Big brother, you should rest first." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe also supported the burly man and walked to the beast skin. He let the burly man sit on the beast skin, then took out a healing pill and fed it to the burly man. About 100 breaths passed. Shwa! 2 figures suddenly descended out of thin air. One of them was the burly man who had been ordered to go to the White Cloud tribe. The other person was a middle-aged man in black. His body was thin, his facial features were as sharp as knives, and his long black hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded an astonishing domineering aura. But at this moment, his face was as gloomy as water, giving people a sense of crisis as if a volcano was about to erupt. This person was the leader of the White Cloud tribe, Yi Kai's father, Yi Qi. How did my daughter die? As soon as Yi Qi arrived, he stared at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man. Brother Yi, don't worry. Let me tell you slowly. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe quickly comforted him. Yi Qi roared. It's not your daughter who died. Of course you're not worried. Yi Qi, don't go too far. This time, not only your daughter, but my son He Yu also died. Even more than a dozen battle masters in my tribe were killed. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said angrily. What? Who did it? Yi Qi was surprised. I don't know either. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe shook his head. Yi Qi took a deep breath and calmed down. Tell me the details. You know that I've always wanted to form an alliance with the White Cloud tribe. So not long ago, I asked you to invite your daughter out to play and cultivate their relationship. Although your daughter was a little resistant to my son, it was a peaceful journey. But on their way back, a young man in white suddenly appeared. As soon as this person saw your daughter, he was lustful and wanted to take her by force. Before the leader of the Black Cloud tribe finished speaking, Yi Qi said angrily, Damn it. Then what about your son? Why didn't he save my daughter? Of course he saved her. Although you was arrogant and domineering, he was infatuated with your daughter. But that person was too strong. You was not his opponent at all. In the end, not only did he not save your daughter, but he was also seriously injured by that person. You knew that he couldn't fight head-on, so he pretended not to care and ran back to us for help. I also immediately asked my big brother to bring a dozen war sect members to rescue your daughter. But when they arrived at the scene of the incident, they found that your daughter had already been killed. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said with a sorrowful face. Yi Qi clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He looked at the burly man who was seriously injured and said in a low voice, Was your son also killed by that person? No, it's his accomplice. His accomplice is very strong. My big brother was heavily injured by them. And according to my big brother, their strength even surpasses that of the 9-Star War sect. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said, What? Surpassing the 9-Star War sect, could it be a war saint? Yi Qi was surprised. It's not a war saint. According to my guess, it should be some kind of battle technique that has greatly increased their strength. The burly man said. Yi Qi frowned. Then how strong are their cultivations? At that time, there was only one fatso who made a move. His cultivation seemed to be at the 6-Star War sect. The burly man said, A 6-Star War sect, to be able to display strength that surpasses that of a 9-Star War sect, doesn't that mean he has mastered a perfect battle technique? Yi Qi said in shock. That's what I thought too. That's why I called you here. I want to join hands with your White Cloud tribe to kill this thief and avenge our children. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said with a bone-piercing killing intent. This, Yi Qi, on the other hand, hesitated. Although his daughter's death caused him great pain, as the leader of a tribe, he had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. To even have a perfect battle technique, the identity of this group of people was definitely not simple. In order to avenge his daughter, it was obviously not wise to provoke such an existence. This was because it was extremely likely that this would bring a calamity to his White Cloud tribe. Brother Yi, I know your concerns, but we can't let them die in vain. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe shouted. Yes. As long as we do it cleanly, even if there's someone behind them, they won't be able to find out that we did it. Moreover, they were the ones who were in the wrong in the first place. If we really want to cause trouble, we can go to Tianyang City and ask the city lord of Tianyang City to uphold justice for us. The burly man followed. That makes sense. Yi Qi nodded and said, All right, let's join hands to kill this thief. Immediately bring me to the scene of the incident. Heard of it? A hint of a crafty smile flashed across the eyes of the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. he looked at the burly man and said, "Big brother, can you do it?" The burly man nodded, got up with difficulty, opened a portal, and walked in with the two leaders. In the next moment, the three of them descended above the scene of the incident. When he saw Yi Kai, lying in the snow, her body frozen stiff, Yi Chi immediately cried out in grief. Whoosh! The three of them landed beside Yi Kai. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at Yi Kai, and sighed. There are many scratches on her body. It's obvious that before she died, she was forcefully. His meaning was self-evident. Before she died, Yi Kai was humiliated by Qin Feiyang. However, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man actually knew that these scratches were caused by Hiyu. But Yi Chi did not know. Chapter 797. Inside the castle. What's going on? Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other when they heard Yi Chi's roar. Didn't he kill them all? How could someone find this place? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "There should be survivors." "That's impossible. I killed them all," Fatso said firmly. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's talk about it after I recover my Qi Ocean." Then he closed his eyes and continued to heal his wounds. Outside, after waiting for a long time, Yi Chi squatted down in pain and looked at Yi Kai's pale face. "Don't worry. I will avenge you. They must have escaped. Brother Yi, it seems that we have to send everyone from our two tribes to find them," the leader of the Black Cloud tribe said. Yi Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's find them." Then he picked up Yi Kai and strode away. But after a few steps, Yi Chi suddenly turned around and asked the leader of the Black Cloud tribe, "Do you know what that person looks like?" "When you went back to ask for help, she showed me his face. I will never forget it." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe nodded and waved his hand. Battle Qi surged and formed Qin Feiyang's shadow. Yi Chi took a deep look at Qin Feiyang's shadow, then turned around and left. Not only did we resolve the crisis, but we also made the White Cloud tribe join us. Big brother, you're really smart. After Yi Chi left, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at Yi Chi's back and smiled proudly. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Yi Chi, but in terms of intelligence, he can't catch up. Now he's blinded by hatred. When we find those little bastards, he'll be the first to rush up. We'll wait for them to both be injured and then reap the benefits. At that time, not only can we kill that bastard and avenge you, but we can also take down the White Cloud tribe. The burly man sneered. Killing two birds with one stone. The eyes of the chief of the Black Cloud tribe brightened. A trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Very soon, the war masters and war emperors of the two great tribes moved out one after another. Tens of thousands of people began a carpet search of this area. At the same time, there was an ancient city tens of thousands of miles away from the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. The city was called White Tiger City, which was home to millions of people. The White Tiger City's position in the 3rd district was similar to the White Fox City in the 1st district. At this moment, in the private room of a certain restaurant in the city, a purple-clothed youth sat beside a tea table and looked at a black-robed old woman in front of him. This purple-clothed youth was none other than Mu Qing. The black-robed old woman was the previous housekeeper of the Mu family. Mu Qing asked, "How's the investigation going?" "I've investigated all the opponents of the Mu family in the past. They're either dead or alive. There's no one missing," the black-robed old woman said. Mu Qing frowned and said, "So, you found nothing?" The black-robed old woman pondered for a while and said, "It's not that we haven't found anything. Young master, do you know the chief tower master of the Pill Tower?" Mu Qing was stunned and said, "Of course I do. Isn't he in the Central Divine Kingdom now?" "I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the previous chief tower master," the black-robed old woman said. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "I heard from my father that the previous chief tower master died 10,000 years ago. Why did you suddenly mention her?" "Because she's a little suspicious. First, she's also a woman. Secondly, although she has already died, no one has seen her body. Back then, The ancestors of the Mu family personally went to look for her body, but they didn't find anything. The black-robed old woman said, "That shouldn't be possible. The previous Chief Tower Master's strength has already reached the peak. If she's really not dead, why would she hide like this?" Mu Qing frowned. "That's what I think too. But the question is, who else could it be other than her?" The black-robed old woman frowned and couldn't figure it out. Mu Qing asked curiously, "Then, how did the previous Chief Tower Master die?" "You'll have to ask the Patriarch and the Elders. I'm not very clear about this either. I only know that the death of the previous Chief Tower Master seems to have something to do with the ancestors of the Mu family." The black-robed old woman said, "Something to do with the ancestors?" Mu Qing was surprised. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be the previous Chief Tower Master." "What do you mean?" The black-robed old woman looked at him suspiciously. "The previous Chief Tower Master knows the importance of the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame better than anyone else. If that mysterious lady is really the previous Chief Tower Master, she definitely wouldn't have given these two kinds of alchemy fire to Qin Feiyang." Mu Qing smiled. "That makes sense." The black-robed old woman nodded and asked again, "Then who is this person? Who has such a deep hatred for the Mu family?" "That's right. Although the Mu family's strength is enough to control the entire Forgotten Continent, we have been hiding from the world all these years and have never shown our faces in public. Even in the Central Divine Kingdom, there are very few people who know about the Mu family. But that woman could tell at a glance that you are the previous chief steward of the Mu family. This is too strange, isn't it?" Mu Qing whispered, his eyes filled with deep confusion. A moment later, he shook his head and stood up, saying, "Let's talk about this later. Let's go to Tianyang City and get the heavenly sun flame." After saying that, he took out an illusory pill and changed his appearance into Qin Feiyang's. "Young master, why are you doing this?" The black-robed old woman was surprised. "Of course, I'm framing this guy." Mu Qing grinned and opened a portal. He strode in with the black-robed old woman. Time flew by. 3 days passed. Qin Feiyang's Qi Si was finally completely repaired. His essence, energy, and spirit were also restored to their peak state. Phew. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He stood up and glanced at Fatso and the others who were cultivating. He did not disturb them and directly left the ancient castle, appearing in the snow. Not far away, in a forest, 2 big men, one tall and one short, sat side by side on a rock at the edge of the forest. Their brows were tightly knitted together. "I really don't know what the leader is thinking. That person has already escaped. How could he still appear here?" The short man complained. "Yeah, it's meaningless for us to squat here." The tall man also said with dissatisfaction. "Boring." The short man shook his head and suddenly said, "Why don't I go find a few jugs of wine and we can drink while we wait?" "Heard about it." The tall man's eyes lit up and nodded. "Sure, we can wait here for 3 consecutive days without a drop of wine. My mouth is so dry. Also, get a few pounds of beef jerky to go with the wine." "Okay, you watch, I'll be right back." The short man chuckled. Just as he got up, he saw Qin Feiyang standing in the snow. His eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Is it him?" "Who is it?" The tall man suspiciously got up and looked in the direction of the short man's gaze. His face suddenly surged with ecstasy. "Yes, it's him. The portrait that the leader gave us is exactly the same as him. I didn't expect him to really appear here. This time we have made a great contribution," quickly informed the leader. The two were overjoyed and quickly took out the image crystal. Qin Feiyang had already noticed these 2 people at the first moment, but he did not pay attention to them. He lowered his head and his eyes flickered. Although Yi Kai was indeed killed by him, the so-called abuse did not exist at all. This Black Cloud tribe wanted to shift all the blame onto him and then reap the benefits. Their intentions could be said to be extremely vicious. Originally, he did not intend to attack the Black Cloud tribe again, but these people were too insensible. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would not know how to restrain themselves. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he soared into the sky and looked at the 2 tribes in front of him. Boom! It was also at this moment. A terrifying aura descended. Yi Qi landed in front of Qin Feiyang, his face full of hatred. The two burly men did not hide anymore and ran out to stand behind Yi Qi. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Qi and asked, "Who are you?" After killing Yi Kai, he had been in the castle. So, he was still very unfamiliar with the leaders of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. "My name is Yi Qi. I am Yi Kai's father. Give me back my daughter's life." Yi Qi roared and the aura of the 9-star battle sect erupted. Without saying a word, he charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and retreated like lightning. "I killed your daughter, but she plotted against me first. Bastard! You humiliated my daughter and even made a false accusation. You're worse than a pig or a dog." Yi Qi was furious. He took a mysterious step and chased after Qin Feiyang crazily. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Can you let me finish speaking first? You'll be used by others like this. There's nothing to say. Today either you die or I die." Yi Qi had gone completely crazy. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's heart was also filled with a monstrous rage. Originally, he had saved Yi Kai, out of kindness, but he didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble. To be honest, he didn't want to explain anymore. It was just a 9-star battle sect, he could just kill him. However, if he killed Yi Qi now, wouldn't the Black Cloud tribe's scheme succeed? As for the Black Cloud tribe, he was determined to kill them. His eyes flashed slightly. Instead of retreating, he released his aura and started to fight with Yi Qi in the sky. His appearance would definitely alert the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. So, he planned to beat them at their own game and put on a show to make the leader of the Black Cloud tribe reveal his true form. Although it was just an act, he was serious. The Guiyuan sword art, the void returning art, and the phantom steps were all revealed. All of a sudden, the mountains and earth in this place cracked and the glaciers collapsed. It was like the scene before the end of the world. What? He appeared. At the same time, Black Cloud tribe. The burly man and the leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at a clansman in front of them, their faces full of shock and doubt. That's right. Right now, he's fighting with Yi Qi. It's hard to tell who's the winner. The clansman nodded. "All right, let's go over now and catch them all in one fell swoop." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was overjoyed and roared in high spirits. "Don't worry. After we go over, don't show your face first. Find a place to hide and wait for both of them to be injured before coming out to deal with them." The burly man hurriedly said. Yes. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe nodded repeatedly, looked at the clansman and asked, "Where are they fighting?" The clansman said, "The place where Yi Kai was killed." The burly man laughed and said, "That place is full of jungles. There are many places to hide." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was a little impatient. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, big brother, should we gather the other clansmen and the high priest to help?" "There's no need. Now that my injuries have healed, when both of them are injured, there'll be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With the strength of the two of us, it's completely enough to take them down." The burly man chuckled as if everything was under his control. Chapter 798. High up in the sky. The battle between Qin Feiyang and Yi Qi had already reached its climax. Both of them were covered in wounds and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. "I didn't expect your strength to be so amazing, but you will definitely die today." Yi Qi became crazier and crazier. Hatred had already blinded his rationality. He only had one thought in his mind. That was to tear the beast in front of him who bullied his daughter into pieces. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang sneered. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to lure the people of the Black Cloud tribe out, he would have gotten rid of this person long ago. Bang bang bang. The two of them constantly collided in the air, using all kinds of battle arts to the extreme. The terrifying aura was like a raging wave in the ocean, rushing in all directions and destroying everything. Boom. About a few hundred breaths later, the two of them collided again. This time, the collision was unprecedentedly fierce. The two of them flew out at the same time, blood spurting out of their mouths. His face was also pale and he looked very weak. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, "This is not my fault. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Go to hell and explain to the king of hell." Yi Qi was furious. His body shook and a shocking aura rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, a huge beast shadow appeared behind him. It was a giant tiger that was dozens of feet long and pure white. It was like a towering mountain, floating in the sky and emitting an intimidating aura. Its millstone-sized eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous light. Battle Soul. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted and he did not hesitate to activate the Red Sword Soul. Clang. The sword's soul rushed into the sky and the sword chi was like a rainbow, shaking the world. Clang. The next moment, the Red Sword Soul and the giant tiger met in the sky. A destructive aura was born, with this place as the center, rolling out in all directions. Qin Feiyang and Yi Qi also half knelt in the air at the same time, blood spurting out of their mouths. His body was dripping with blood. His aura was also extremely unstable. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. "I didn't expect that with the strength of my 9-star battle sect, I can't kill you." Yi Qi stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang, his expression filled with unwillingness. "In this world, there are many things that you can't imagine." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. As he spoke, he glanced at the forest below from the corner of his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh! The next moment, 2 figures rushed out from a forest not far away. They were the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man. Yi Qi's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 of them. He hurriedly said, "You've come at the right time. I've already heavily injured this bastard. Quickly kill him." Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 of them and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid they didn't come here just to kill me." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man were stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that this person already knew about their scheme? However, the outcome had already been decided. Even if he knew, it didn't matter. Swish! The 2 of them landed beside Yi Qi. The chief of the Black Cloud tribe smiled and said, "Brother Yi, thank you for your hard work. As long as I can kill him, no matter how hard it is, it will be worth it." Yi Qi said, full of hatred. The burly man smiled and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely die. But before we kill him, you must die first." Yi Qi was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said sarcastically, "You still don't understand. They want to kill you and take over your White Cloud tribe." What? Yi Qi turned pale with fright. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. They asked, "How did you know?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Is this important?" The burly man frowned and smiled. "It's indeed not important. You're all going to die soon anyway." However, Yi Qi was still confused in the face of this sudden situation. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and slowly got up. He looked at Yi Qi and said, "I'll tell you the truth. The one who was blinded by lust wasn't me. It was his son." Yi Qi was stunned and shouted at the 3 of them, "Tell me, what's going on?" At the same time, the 2 burly men who had first discovered Qin Feiyang also realized that something was wrong and quietly retreated, wanting to return to the White Cloud tribe to find reinforcements. However, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man had been paying attention to them. The burly man immediately turned to look at the 2 of them and said, "If you don't want to die, then obediently stand there and don't move." The 2 of them stiffened and didn't dare to move. Their faces were filled with fear. Because they were only 1-star war sects, while the burly man was a 7-star war sect. Killing them was as easy as flipping one's hand. But looking at all of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes faintly contained a trace of ridicule. He could see through the burly man's thoughts with a single glance. From the burly man's point of view, the overall situation was already set. No one could stop the plan to annex the White Cloud tribe. As for the 2 burly men, although they were from the White Cloud tribe, after the annexation, they would be part of the Black Cloud tribe. Of course, if the 2 of them were ordinary, they wouldn't care about them and would just kill them. But those 2 were both 1-star war sects. And to nurture a war sect, one would have to spend a lot of money and effort. It would be a pity to kill them. That was why the burly man kept the two of them. Following that, Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Qi. The truth is, at that time, you wanted to rape your daughter. I happened to meet her and saved her. But what I didn't expect was that your daughter would actually repay kindness with enmity and plot against me behind my back. Of course I had to kill her. After that, when the people of the Black Cloud tribe found out that your daughter was dead, they twisted the truth and said that I wanted to plot against your daughter. The reason why they're doing this is so that both sides will suffer. This way, not only can they kill me and avenge you, they can also kill you together. As long as you die, the White Cloud tribe will be theirs. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yi Qi's face was lifeless. He looked at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and said, "So, your son approaching my daughter in the past was also premeditated. But since you've already exposed it, there's nothing to hide." That's right. A long time ago, I wanted to annex your White Cloud tribe. But I knew that you would definitely not give in so easily, so I let you approach your daughter. But what I didn't expect was that you would be so impulsive. He tricked your daughter out and forcefully took her. What I didn't expect even more was that this little bastard would come out halfway and ruin my son's good deed. But there's a saying that goes, mountains and rivers are endless, but there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. He actually killed your daughter. Naturally, I had to use this to fulfill my ambition. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe chuckled. Although he used death made him a little sad, it was worth sacrificing a son to annex the White Cloud tribe and fulfill his long-cherished wish. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Qi roared at Qin Feiyang. I wanted to tell you at first, but you didn't let me. Who's to blame? Qin Feiyang shrugged. I hate it. Yi Qi roared, his face full of regret. The chief of the Black Cloud tribe looked at Yi Qi with disdain. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brat, I'm very curious. You clearly saved Yiko, but why would she repay your kindness with enmity and plot against you?" "Yeah, what? My daughter would never bite the hand that feeds her." Yi Qi roared. "Well, it must be that after you left, he was lusting after Yi Kai's beauty and wanted to do something bad. In the end, Yi Kai would rather die than obey him. This made him angry, so he ruthlessly killed Yi Kai." The burly man sneered. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. How could this person's imagination be so rich? He sized up the burly man, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said, "Do you think you're very smart?" The burly man looked at him with contempt and said, "This was all my idea. What do you think?" Clap. Qin Feiyang raised his hands and clapped. He shook his head and sighed, "What a sad frog in the well." "What did you say?" The burly man's face darkened. This person thought he was very smart, but he didn't know that in the eyes of others, he was just a clown who was fooling around. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Yi Qi, saying, "Your daughter plotted against me because she knew my true identity." True identity? The leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man were shocked. Could it be that this person really had a powerful background? The burly man asked, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, because you're going to die soon." Qin Feiyang smiled. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh as if they were looking at an idiot. "You want to kill us in your current state?" The burly man sneered. "Not to mention you, even if you call your two companions here, they won't be able to return alive today because I'm here." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said proudly. "You're so confident?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes, I'm confident. Your two companions are indeed very strong to be able to seriously injure my big brother, but my big brother is only a 7-star war sect. And I am a 9-star war sect. In front of me, they can't even withstand a single blow." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said contemptuously, full of confidence. "Hearing your words, my two companions must be very angry right now." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said, "Then call them over. It just so happens that I can catch all of you in one fell swoop." "All right, I'll do as you wish." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a thought, Wolf King and Fatso appeared out of thin air. As expected, The man and the wolf's eyes were filled with anger. Boom. At the same time, they transformed, and their auras suddenly doubled. Wolf King stared at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe arrogantly and said, "Old dog, are you very arrogant?" Seeing Fatso and Wolf King transform, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe was also quite surprised. But soon, this surprise was replaced by a strong sense of contempt. He looked at Wolf King and sneered, "Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. No, you're a big wolf dog." Big wolf dog? Chapter 799. Boom. Sure enough, Wolf King was furious. It waved its claws and took out the rib. Staring at the burly man, it said, "We were careless last time and let you escape by luck. But this time, even if God comes down, he won't be able to save you." As soon as it finished speaking, it used the air escape step and landed in front of the burly man in an instant. The burly man's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated in horror and shouted, "Second brother, save me." With just him? Wolf King was disdainful. "You're courting death." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was right next to the burly man. Seeing this, he immediately attacked Wolf King. Wolf King waved the rib and smashed it directly on the wrist of the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. Ah! With a scream, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe was sent flying on the spot. His wrist also exploded in an instant. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. So strong. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was shocked. Ichi was shocked. The burly man's face was even paler. "With your little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of us. You're really tired of living." Wolf King's eyes were full of contempt. Its claws reached out and grabbed the burly man's head. With a light squeeze, the man's skull cracked with a crack. The sound of the skull cracking was not very loud, but it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the burly man's mind. Immediately, his body was paralyzed. He knelt in the air and begged in horror, "Don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. I'll kowtow to you. A little trash like you doesn't even have the right to kowtow to me." Wolf King's claws exerted force and the burly man's head exploded like a watermelon. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Yi Chi and the leader of the Black Cloud tribe were stunned. They never thought that these people were so powerful. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was scared. His previous arrogance was gone, only fear was left. He quickly turned around and fled without looking back. "You want to escape after angering Brother Wolf? Is that possible?" Fatso laughed. But at this moment, two figures broke through the air and arrived. They were two middle-aged women. One was wearing a long white dress. One was wearing a long black dress. Although there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she was still charming. These two were the high priests of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. "Stop! We can't fight anymore." As the two of them flew, they called out to Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe. "What are you doing here? Go back quickly." Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe shouted anxiously. But those two turned a deaf ear to him. Soon, they landed beside Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe. Furthermore, both of them looked at Qin Feiyang in unison, their faces full of horror. What happened? Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe were bewildered. The woman beside Yi Chi suddenly knelt in the air. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, we were wrong. Please let us go." The woman beside the chief of the Black Cloud tribe also knelt down and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King were all confused. What was going on? Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe were completely dumbfounded. "I'm really sorry. Please do us a favor. You're a great person, so please don't stoop to our level, okay?" The two women begged again. Yi Chi glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the woman and shouted, "What happened? Tell me." The woman said, "I just received news that someone stole the heavenly sun flame in Tianyang City." The high priest of the Black Cloud tribe nodded and said, "And that person brazenly broke into the Pill Pagoda." "What? There's actually such a thing?" Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also frowned. What kind of place was Tianyang City? What was the heavenly sun flame? Was it also an alchemy fire? Suddenly, Yi Qi quivered and came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Then what does this have to do with him?" "That's because that person is him. And he's the murderer who massacred the 1st and 2nd districts, Qin Feiyang." The two women said word by word. Qin Feiyang. Yi Qi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe trembled and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. This person was actually that murderous demon king? They also understood why Yi Kai had repaid kindness with enmity. Immediately, the two of them fell into deep fear. However, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King were confused. They had just entered the 3rd district and didn't even know where Tianyang City was. How could they break into the Pill Pagoda and steal the heavenly sun flame? Qin Feiyang looked at the two women and asked, "Is the heavenly sun flame an alchemy fire? You've already stolen it. Do you still need to ask us?" The two women said, "Answer my question." Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. The two of them couldn't help but shiver. They hurriedly nodded and said, "It's an alchemy fire, and it's a 6th grade one." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "When did this happen?" The high priest of the White Cloud tribe said, "According to the messenger from Tianyang City, it was about an hour ago." Qin Feiyang frowned. An hour ago, he was still repairing his Qi Si in the castle. Could it be that someone was impersonating him? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang asked again, "Are you sure that I was the one who stole the heavenly sun flame?" The two of them nodded. "Looks like someone really did impersonate me," Qin Feiyang muttered. "But who was it?" Fatso secretly said, "Could it be Mu Qin?" Mu Qin. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Who else was there when we stole the heavenly sun flame?" It said that there was also a black-robed old woman who was extremely strong. Even the Pill Tower's tower master was no match for her. The two women said. Killing intent flashed in Fatso's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Then it must be Mu Qin. That bastard actually dared to frame you. He's courting death." A cold light also appeared in Wolf King's eyes. That black-robed old woman didn't hide her identity. This means that Mu Qin isn't afraid of us finding out. I think that the rumor of me slaughtering the 1st and 2nd districts must have been spread by him. Qin Feiyang rubbed his aching forehead. That black-robed old woman was too strong. Even if he knew that it was Mu Qin who was behind it, he couldn't do anything to Mu Qin. But why did Mu Qin snatch the heavenly sun flame? Could it be that this heavenly sun flame was the same as the heavenly thunder flame and the ice frost flame, hiding some kind of secret? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "How far is Heavenly Sun City from here?" The high priest of the Black Cloud tribe said, "About 100,000 miles." "Give me the coordinates." Qin Feiyang said. How could they dare to hesitate? They hurriedly gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. After receiving the coordinates, Qin Feiyang scanned the four of them, his eyes flickering. The four of them also had faces full of fear. "That's not right." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and strands of cold light burst out of his eyes. Seeing this, the four of them were also extremely afraid. Qin Feiyang looked at the two women and said, "I want to ask, did you tell the people of Heavenly Sun City that I am here?" No. The two women shook their heads repeatedly, but there was a trace of panic in their expressions. They were obviously lying. Qin Feiyang already had an answer in his heart and asked, "I'll ask you again, did you really not?" "Really?" "We swear." The two of them vowed solemnly. "Let me ask you another question. Are the Pagoda Master and the City Lord of Heavenly Sun City dead?" Qin Feiyang said. The two of them shook their heads. "Since they are not dead, they will definitely increase the bounty on me. In the face of such a huge sum of wealth, how can you not be tempted? I'm guessing that the moment you received the news, you must have already told the people of Heavenly Sun City that I was here. Now that you are begging here, on one hand, you are trying to save yourselves. On the other hand, you are probably stalling for time, waiting for the people of Heavenly Sun City to come." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The two of them trembled both physically and mentally. How could this person be so smart to be able to guess this? Actually, when I asked the second time, I was giving you a chance. If you are willing to tell the truth, I can let you go. Unfortunately, you are too insensible. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully, and his aura instantly soared to the maximum. Swoosh! Immediately after, he took a step forward and landed in front of the high priest of the White Cloud tribe. With monstrous killing intent, he slammed his palm forward. How dare you! In a moment of desperation, Yi Qi hurriedly threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. His arm turned in the air, and golden light burst out from his palm as he slammed his palm against Yi Qi's fist. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Yi Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying on the spot. His arm was instantly shattered. What? Aren't you injured? Seeing this, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe was in disbelief. Injured? The previous fight with Yi Qi was just a show. It was to lure you brothers into the trap and take the initiative to show your true colors. Qin Feiyang mocked. A show? The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was dumbstruck. It turned out that from the beginning, this kid had already set up a trap and was waiting for them to fall into it. However, not only did they not notice it at all, but they were also complacent and proud, treating others as fools. In fact, they were the real fools. What a terrifying scheme. A sense of fear emerged from the bottom of the hearts of the two high priests. Boom! Suddenly, the two women kneeling in the air exploded at the same time, charging toward Qin Feiyang. They were also 9-star battle sect members. Because they could see that today, Qin Feiyang would not let them go no matter what. Rather than waiting for death, they might as well fight. Moreover, if they could kill this person, they could get a large reward. Therefore, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the seriously injured Yi Qi also followed. The high priest of the White Cloud tribe was now kneeling in front of Qin Feiyang. Suddenly attacking could be said to be impossible to guard against. If it were others, they would definitely suffer a great loss. However, Qin Feiyang did not panic at all. Just as the woman got up, Chang Shui instantly appeared. He grabbed Chang Shui and waved in the air. A flash of light flashed past. Puff! Chapter 800. Let's do it! Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other. Then, they turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the chief and high priest of the Black Cloud tribe. Boom! There was a loud explosion. One man and one wolf could be said to be unstoppable, directly killing two people. Now, only Yi Qi was left alive. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Qi and said, "Actually, I sympathize with you. If you didn't pester me endlessly, I wouldn't have killed you." What's the point of saying all this now? Yi Qi smiled sadly and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like a moth to a flame. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and stabbed the Chang Shui into Yi Qi's heart. However, Yi Qi didn't seem to feel any pain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, "Please let my tribesmen go, okay?" Qin Feiyang nodded and slowly pulled out the Chang Shui. "Daughter, father is coming to accompany you." Yi Qi muttered to himself and fell toward the glacier below. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a kind smile on his face. It's all because of greed. Qin Feiyang felt the same. If Yi Kai hadn't plotted against him because of the wealth, Yi Qi wouldn't have died. He turned to look at Wolf King and Fatso and said, "Go to the two tribes immediately and clear out their treasuries." Fatso frowned and said, "Are we really going to let their tribesmen go?" Qin Feiyang said, "We're not that mysterious, madam. Don't kill the innocent." "Okay, you have the final say." Fatso nodded. The man and the wolf started to rush towards the two big tribes at top speed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four corpses and slowly followed. As for the tall man and the short man, they were paralyzed on the ground. Their faces were ashen and lifeless. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Not long after, Fatso and Wolf King landed in two different tribes. The chiefs and high priests of the two tribes had fallen, and no one could stop them. Very soon, they cleared out the treasuries of the two tribes and left under the hateful gazes of countless people from the two tribes. Moreover, they also took away the alchemy fire. The alchemy fires of the two tribes were both 5th-grade alchemy fires. Although it was useless, it could be sold for money in the future. In addition to the alchemy fires of the Qingyuan, Quicksand, and Black Mountain tribes in the second area, Qin Feiyang and the others now had 5 kinds of 5th-grade alchemy fires. If this were to be auctioned, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Done. After meeting up with Qin Feiyang, Fatso and Wolf King both smiled proudly. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying sacred aura descended upon the area. The 2 men and 1 wolf raised their heads and saw a group of people descending from the sky. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He had a square face and black hair that was like a waterfall. His expression was particularly gloomy. Beside this person stood a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore golden armor. He was filled with a valiant aura. Behind the 2 of them, there was a group of black-armored guards. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Fatso's gaze trembled as he thought to himself, 2 war saints, the rest are all 9-star war sectus. They're not easy to deal with. Do I need you to say that? Wolf King rolled his eyes at him. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man and the others also saw Qin Feiyang and the others, and their eyes immediately turned cold. The golden-armored man shouted, Qin Feiyang, hand over the heavenly sun flame immediately. Wolf King said disdainfully, you say you'll hand it over? Who do you think you are? I am the commander of the guards of Heavenly Sun City. The person beside me is the city lord of Heavenly Sun City. The golden-armored man said, City lord of Heavenly Sun City. When the people of the 2 tribes below heard the identity of this group of people, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Whoosh! One figure after another rushed into the sky and knelt in front of the city lord of Heavenly Sun City. My lord, Qin Feiyang just cruelly killed our tribe's leader and high priest. He even looted our treasure vault and pilfire. His methods are extremely vicious. My lord, please uphold justice for us. The group of people howled in grief and tears streamed down their faces. What? The golden-armored man flew into a rage and shouted at Qin Feiyang. Isn't it enough to kill all the people in the 1st and 2nd regions? You still want to kill the innocent here. Qin Feiyang didn't want to explain anymore. Because it was useless. He was destined to carry these scapegoats forever. At the same time, the city lord of Heavenly Sun City also sized up Qin Feiyang and said, you look very young. Why did you do such a heartless thing? What is heartless? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City's face turned cold. Stubborn. Take him down. Boom! The golden-armored man and the group of black-armored guards released their auras and charged toward Qin Feiyang's group of 3 with murderous intent. Go and tell the Tower Lord of the 4th region that I will also go and steal his pilfire. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and disappeared with Wolf King and Fatso. Where is he? The golden-armored man and the others looked at each other. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City's pupils constricted slightly. However, it wasn't because of Qin Feiyang's sudden disappearance, but because of the words that Qin Feiyang said before he disappeared. He actually wanted to go to the 4th region to steal the pilfire. Moreover, he said it in advance. This was simply looking down on the pill tower. City Lord, they are a group of fugitives. We can't let them go just like that. Please, milord, you must kill them and return justice to our 2 great tribes. Return peace to the 3rd region. The 2 tribes roared with grief and indignation. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City glanced at the 2 tribes below with murderous intent in his eyes. Then he looked at the people kneeling in front of him and said, Don't worry, they will pay the price sooner or later. Thank you, Lord. Everyone bowed. Let's go. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City looked at the golden-armored man. We're leaving just like that? The golden-armored man was a little stunned. What's the point of staying here when they're all gone? The city lord of Heavenly Sun City said expressionlessly. Most importantly, he had to tell the Tower Lord of the 4th region what Qin Feiyang said as soon as possible so that he could be prepared. The golden-armored man frowned and opened a portal. Then, a group of people filed in and soon disappeared. Because of the heavenly sun flame being stolen, Qin Feiyang's reputation in the 3rd region rose to another level. However, It was infamy and infamy. Now, as long as they talked about Qin Feiyang, they basically wanted to kill him. Inside the ancient castle, little Qin Zi, why did you say that we're going to the fourth region? Wolf King and Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Of course, it's for Mu Qing. The heavenly thunder flame, the heavenly frost flame, and the heavenly sun flame all hide some kind of secret. Therefore, I suspect that the pill fires in the last few regions may be the same as these 3 types of pill fires. And Mu Qing, after stealing the heavenly sun flame, should also go to the fourth region. I said this to make the Tower Lord of the fourth region vigilant. Qin Feiyang said, "That's brilliant." Fatso gave a thumbs up and said with a sinister smile, "As long as the Tower Lord of the fourth region receives the news in advance, he will definitely set a trap. At that time, if Mu Qing continues to pretend to be us, he will definitely suffer a great loss. We've always been tricked by him. It's time for us to get back at him. Besides, judging from the current situation, Mu Qing has the coordinates of all the pill towers in the major regions, but we don't know anything about them. We can't compete with him in speed at all. So, we can only use this method to slow him down." Qin Feiyang said, "It's a good idea, but the old witch beside him is a combat emperor. Can the Tower Lord of the fourth region stop them?" Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't forget that the pill tower is also a mysterious behemoth. Let's wait and see." "Then what should we do now?" Fatso asked. "I have to rush to the fourth region immediately. You guys continue to organize the medicinal herbs." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he left the castle. The people of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe who had yet to calm down were terrified when they saw Qin Feiyang appear again. However, Qin Feiyang ignored them and opened the teleportation gate, descending above a plain. The plain was vast and boundless, covered in white snow. On the left, 2 miles away from Qin Feiyang, there was a huge city. The city covered an area of tens of miles, and the buildings were of varying heights, emitting an ancient aura. Around the city, there was a tall city wall. It was completely black, like a giant python, emitting a cold luster. At the city gate, countless people were entering and exiting. There were hunters, merchants, peddlers, and young people who went out to play. Above the city gate, 3 bold words were carved. Tianyang City. Qin Feiyang stood in the air, looking at Tianyang City. His eyes flickered as if he was deep in thought. "Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from below. On the snowy plains, there were many people coming and going. Hearing this cry of surprise, they all looked up. "That's right, he is Qin Feiyang. He actually dares to come back?" quickly informed the city lord. The noise was like a tide, sweeping across the sky and waking Qin Feiyang up. Glancing at the crowd below, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky like lightning. Originally, he wanted to go to Tianyang City to ask around. Who knew the coordinates of the fourth region? But after thinking about it, according to the situation of the first and second regions, other than the pagoda master of the third region, no one should know. And the pagoda master of the third region must also be a battle saint level existence. So after hesitating for a while, he gave up on this idea. At the same time, in the central region of Tianyang City, there was an ancient stone tower. The stone tower towered into the clouds, exuding an obscure aura. This was the pill tower of the third region. At this moment, inside the pill tower, in an alchemy room, the city lord of Tianyang City and a middle-aged man were sitting opposite each other. This middle-aged man was about 1.75 meters tall. He looked very ordinary and his body was very thin. However, he had a head of eye-catching red hair, like a piece of flame. He was also wearing a long red robe. However, the aura he exuded was stronger than the city lord. That's right. Chapter 801. But at this moment, the pagoda master frowned and his face was a little gloomy. The alchemy room was also dead silent. A moment later, the pagoda master asked, "Did he really say that he was going to the fourth area?" The city lord nodded. "Outrageous, he is simply arrogant. Does he really think that the pill pagoda can't do anything to him?" The pagoda master's eyes were extremely cold. This child has snatched the alchemy fire of the first, second, and third areas, and slaughtered all the creatures in the first and second areas. I personally think that he is not joking. So, we have to be prepared early. The city lord said in a deep voice. I know. I will contact the pagoda master of the fourth area later. As long as he dares to go, I guarantee that he will not return. However, you have to continue to search for his traces. It is best if you can intercept him in the third area. The pagoda master said with undisguised killing intent. I understand. The city lord nodded. City lord, pagoda master, come out quickly. We have Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. The two of them looked at each other and immediately got up to leave the pill pagoda. At the same time, in front of the pill pagoda, there was a huge square paved with white jade. In the middle of the square, a tall man in golden armor was constantly walking back and forth with an anxious expression. It was the guard commander of Tianyang City. Where is he? The city lord and pagoda master walked out of the pill pagoda and immediately asked when they saw the guard commander. Outside the city, the guard commander said. As he spoke, he opened a portal and the three of them rushed in one after another. But when the three of them descended above the city gate, they did not see Qin Feiyang's shadow at all. The guard commander lowered his head to look at the guards guarding the city gate and frowned. Didn't you send me a message saying that Qin Feiyang appeared? Where is he? He left again. One of the guards said. Left? The three of them looked at each other with a trace of anger in their eyes. The pagoda master asked, Where did he go? That way. The guards pointed to the west. The three of them looked over and frowned. What did this little bastard want to do? Suddenly, the pagoda master's eyes trembled as he said in a deep voice, I should have guessed where he's going. The city lord and the guard commander looked at him in surprise. The fourth area. Because that direction is the direction to the fourth zone. The pagoda master replied. What? He really went there? The two city lords looked at each other. Was this kid really not afraid of death? The pagoda master looked at the void, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he said with a cold smile, But this is a good thing. Good news? The city lord and the guard commander were puzzled. How could this be a good thing? The pagoda master said, Think about it, why would Qin Feiyang want to pass through here to reach the fourth area? The city lord said, Is there a need to think about it? Tianyang City is the only way to the fourth district. The fact that he passed by Tianyang City only means that he doesn't have the coordinates of the fourth zone. The pagoda master smiled. The city lord and the guard commander suddenly realized. If Qin Feiyang had the coordinates of the fourth zone, he would definitely open a portal and directly teleport there. Swish. The pagoda master retracted his gaze and looked at the city lord and the guard commander. Go and track him immediately. Once there is news, inform me immediately. What about you? The city lord asked. Of course I'm going to contact the pagoda master of the fourth zone. Qin Feiyang's strength is not a threat to us. But the old woman beside him is not only mysterious, her cultivation is also unfathomable. Only the big shots of my pill pagoda can kill her. I hope they can come and help. After the pagoda master finished speaking, he opened a portal and walked in without looking back. What a troublesome little bastard. The city lord rubbed his head and looked at the guard commander. I'll go and track him first. You go and gather people and meet up with me as soon as possible. The guard commander nodded. Immediately, the two turned into a stream of light. One rushed into the city while the other rushed out. As a battle sage, the city lord's speed was naturally much faster than Qin Feiyang. The distance was getting closer bit by bit. At the same time, above a glacier, a white stream of light flashed past like lightning. It was Qin Feiyang. Looking at the glacier below, there was a trace of worry between his brows. Because along the way, the aura of the beasts he sensed below were basically all battle masters. It was hard to imagine how many terrifying beasts were lurking on the dividing line between the third zone and the fourth zone. Suddenly, he stopped in the air and turned his head to look behind him. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Swish. Following closely, he swooped down and entered the jungle below. Hiding in a bush, he restrained his aura and looked up. Not long later, then he saw a figure flashing across the void above him. It was the city lord of Tianyang City. Why is he chasing after me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that this person had already figured out that he did not have the coordinates of the fourth zone? If that was the case, then it would be lively along the way. Swish. Suddenly, he disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the castle. In addition to the black dragon snake, Fatso, Wolf King, Lu Hong, the pangolin beast, and the winged snow eagle were all sorting out the medicinal herbs. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Too much. It's impossible to sort it out in 1 or 2 days. Fatso wiped the sweat on his forehead and shook his head. It's been hard on you. Qin Feiyang smiled. First, he got the relics left by Pei Zhangfeng. Then, he got the Qianquan bags of the Songhai tribe and the Black Lion tribe. Finally, he looted the treasuries of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. Adding all these together, it was hard to imagine how many medicinal herbs there were. So sorting out these spoils of war would not be an ordinary tiring task. Qin Feiyang was also very glad to have this group of friends by his side. Because if there were no others, he would have to do these things himself. What's hard on you? What's more, with so many treasures, even if it's hard, it's worth it. Fatso chuckled. After that, Fatso looked at the winged snow eagle next to him and said, I've already gathered a set of medicinal herbs for the small creation pill. Why don't you refine it first and help it open the 6th level of potential? I have to refine it first. Hearing Fatso's words, the winged snow eagle became excited and roared with red eyes. You're so impatient. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at Fatso. He nodded and said, Okay, give me the medicinal herbs. I'll try. Fatso quickly sorted out the 33 medicinal herbs for the small creation pill and handed them to Qin Feiyang. After receiving the medicinal herbs, Qin Feiyang turned around and walked to the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. The double-winged snow eagle also flapped its wings and followed behind him, its eyes shining brightly. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at it, frowning. This is my first time refining the small creation pill. You'd better stay away from me. Okay. The winged snow eagle nodded and retreated to the side, looking nervously and expectantly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not immediately open the cauldron. He opened the pill scripture and looked up the refining method of the small creation pill in detail. Actually, the refinement methods of various medicinal pills were all more or less the same. The only thing to pay attention to was the details. After a while, Qin Feiyang closed the pill scripture, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm. With a thought, the netherworld demonic flame fell and floated below the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. Wisps of flames rose. The temperature in the ancient castle gradually rose. The first medicinal herb for the small creation pill, the 10,000-year-old 9 suns flower, required 1/10 of the 10,000-year-old fire. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to control. Even the experienced Qin Feiyang didn't have much confidence in this. Because in the past refining pills, the fire required was basically 5, 10, 20% and so on. The most important thing was that every 10,000-year-old medicinal herb was very precious. Especially the first 3 medicinal herbs for the small creation pill. 9 suns flower, snow crystal, blood ginseng. If one of these 3 medicinal herbs was accidentally wasted, his heart would bleed. So, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was especially cautious. Before putting in the medicinal herbs, the control of the fire must be 100% accurate. Before the 9 suns flower was put in, he was already sweating. His expression was also extremely solemn. Seeing this, Fatso and the others also stopped what they were doing and looked nervously at Qin Feiyang. They did not dare to make the slightest sound, afraid that they would startle Qin Feiyang. After a while, a wisp of mind power swept from Qin Feiyang's head, rolled up the 9 suns flower and slowly put it in the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. The process was very smooth and there were no accidents. But just as the spiritual liquid was about to be refined, the entire Nine Suns flower turned into ashes in an instant. It failed. Fatso and the others looked at each other. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be surprised if such an accident happened. But it was a little unbelievable that it happened to Qin Feiyang. Because they clearly remembered that ever since Qin Feiyang stepped into the path of alchemy, except for the beginning stage of learning, there was basically no situation where the medicinal herbs were wasted. But this time, it was just the beginning and the medicinal herbs were wasted. Was this small creation pill really so difficult to refine? Qin Feiyang was also a little angry. After the Nine Suns flower was put in the elixir cauldron, there was no problem with the fire. But when the spiritual liquid appeared, there was a slight change in the fire due to a trace of emotional fluctuation. But this change was not big and could even be described as insignificant. But because of this small change, the medicinal herbs were wasted. Fatso walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the black ashes in the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. He asked suspiciously, "Boss, what's the situation?" This small creation pill's control of the fire is too harsh. Throughout the entire process, one's heart must remain calm and unwavering. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Fatso asked in surprise, "Can't there be any emotional fluctuations?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Damn, this is really difficult." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Fatso. "Nothing is difficult in this world. I'm afraid there are no more Nine Suns flowers. I'll try again." "Yes." Fat Lord found 5 in Pei Zhangfeng's universe alone. "But what if it's wasted again?" Fatso said. Lu Hong nodded and said, "That's right, these 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, every time you use one, there will be one less." She added, "Why don't you settle down first and refine it when you have the confidence?" Yes, I can't waste any more." Even the anxious two-winged snow eagle began to persuade Qin Feiyang. "All right." Qin Feiyang looked at the few of them and shook his head helplessly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to concentrate. Fatso and the others also fell silent. And in order not to disturb Qin Feiyang, they even controlled their breathing and heartbeat to the lowest. For a moment, the ancient castle fell into a dead silence. At the same time, the city lord of Tianyang City stopped above an ice mountain and looked around, his brows furrowed. What was going on? Why didn't he see Qin Feiyang after chasing for so long? Logically speaking, with Qin Feiyang's speed, it was impossible for him to be so fast. Could it be that he didn't go to the 4th area? After pondering for a while, the city lord turned into a stream of light and continued to rush deeper. At the same time. Chapter 802. In the castle. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He stood up and looked at Fatso. "It's about time, give me the Nine Suns flower." "So fast?" Fatty was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Is that really okay?" "Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Could he have some confidence in him? Fatso chuckled and took out a stalk of Nine Suns flower and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned and walked to the front of the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. Without any hesitation, he opened the cauldron again. This time, he threw everything to the back of his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to refine this little creation pill. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's mental strength surged and swept up the stalk of Nine Suns flower, slowly placing it into the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. Fatso and the others were also worried, afraid that they would fail again. However, as the person involved, Qin Feiyang was not nervous at all. He felt as though he was doing something extremely simple. His heart was as still as water without any ripples. The netherworld fiend flames rose. The temperature in the Jiao Dragon Cauldron was controlled at 1/10 of the original temperature. It was extremely accurate. Gradually, specks of crystal light seeped out from the petals of the Nine Suns flower. This was a sign that the spirit liquid was about to appear. Fatso and the others were also getting more nervous. That was because the Nine Suns flower was scrapped at this moment. Time passed slowly. At this moment, for Fatso and the others, every breath was like a year. About 10 breaths passed. The 9 suns flower had already turned into ashes. A drop of crystal-clear spirit liquid floated in the cauldron, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. It's a success. Fatso and the others were excited but did not dare to make a sound. That was because the little creation pill had a total of 33 herbs. As long as there was a single mistake, all their previous efforts would be wasted. There could not be any accidents. At the same time, looking at the spiritual liquid of the 9 suns flower, Qin Feiyang did not show any emotion. He maintained a state of no joy, no sorrow, no desire, and no desire. He used his mental strength to protect the spiritual liquid while sweeping up the snow crystal and placing it into the Jiao Dragon cauldron. The fire required for the snow crystal was 30% of the 10%, slightly higher than the 9 sunflower. But at the same time, it was extremely difficult to control. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang seemed to have fallen into a state of selflessness. Regardless of whether it was the control of the fire or the movements, there wasn't the slightest bit of sloppiness. Another 10 breaths passed. The spiritual liquid of the snow crystal was also successfully extracted. Looking at this scene, Fatty and the others were more or less at ease. Because he could see that the current Qin Feiyang had no distracting thoughts and would not fail again. The black dragon snake continued cultivating. Lu Hong, Fatso, and Wolf King also squatted on the ground and continued to organize the herbs. Only the double-winged snow eagle remained hovering behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at the drops of spiritual liquid continuously appearing, it became more and more excited. About 400 breaths passed. 33 drops of spiritual liquid floated in the Jiao Dragon cauldron, shining brightly. The whole castle was filled with an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Only one step left. The double-winged snow eagle muttered secretly, its palm-sized body trembling. At the same time, it couldn't help but worry. If this last step failed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. However, Qin Feiyang did not panic at all, as if nothing could disturb him at this moment. The whole process was very smooth and smooth. Finally, he took out a drop of solidifying liquid and merged it with the spiritual liquid. In less than 5 breaths, a bright red medicinal pill condensed into form. The 5 pill patterns were like 5 dazzling halos, emitting thousands of rays of light. It's a success. Looking at the little creation pill, the double-winged snow eagle finally couldn't help but roar in excitement. Fatso and the others also raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang, with a trace of a smile in their eyes. As long as he could refine the first little creation pill, then for Qin Feiyang, the future would be very simple. Unless there was a special situation, he would never waste any more medicinal herbs. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the little creation pill flew out of the furnace. But before he could reach out to grab it, the double-winged snow eagle took it away first. That pair of small eyes emitted a green light. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, took a deep breath, and with a thought, the nether devil flame slowly quieted down. He turned to look at the double-winged snow eagle and said, "Don't get too excited. Although the little creation pill has been refined, it may not be successful." "What do you mean?" The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. The little creation pill is the same as the 9-turn dragon blood pill. The success rate is determined by the pill pattern. One pill pattern only has a 10% chance of success, and so on. Therefore, this little creation pill with 5 pill patterns only has a 50% chance of success. Qin Feiyang explained. What? The double-winged snow eagle was dumbfounded. His mood could not help but become uneasy. A 50% success rate meant that there was a 50% failure rate. Success and failure were equally divided. This was simply gambling on luck. At this time, Fatso also opened his mouth. "In addition, let me remind you one more thing, you still need the pressure of a war saint." The double-winged snow eagle's mood suddenly turned bad. Last time, it was because of the mysterious lady's help. But now, the mysterious lady had disappeared without a trace. Who would be kind enough to help it? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry about this problem, I have a way. You guys continue to organize the medicinal herbs, I'll go out with Eagle to see the situation. Finished. With a wave of his hand, he appeared in the forest with the double-winged snow eagle. The double-winged snow eagle looked around, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you really have a way?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and said, "When you encounter something difficult, don't always think about asking others for help, use your own brain and think about it." "I knew you weren't reliable." The double-winged snow eagle looked down on him. "I'm not reliable?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He really couldn't understand, how could this bastard have the nerve to scold him? Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the sky. A moment later, streams of light flashed across the sky, all of them surging with auras. The leader was the guard commander of the Tianyang city. "It seems that they really guessed that I don't have the coordinates of the fourth area." Qin Feiyang frowned. The city lord had come, the guard commander had also come, and he had even brought a large group of 9 Star Wars sect guards with him. This was not a small matter. But suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the double-winged snow eagle and laughed. "The method is with the guard commander, don't miss it." The double-winged snow eagle was startled, and looked suspiciously at the guard commander. This person was indeed a war saint, but it was obvious that he was here to kill them. How could he help it? Qin Feiyang lightly tapped his temples and said, "I said before, you have to use your head to think. Can't you just say it?" The double-winged snow eagle looked at him unhappily, lowered its head, and fell into deep thought. Qin Feiyang said, "You have to hurry up, otherwise when he goes far away, you won't even be able to catch up." This could also be considered training the double-winged snow eagle. Although the double-winged snow eagle was following him now and had no intention of leaving, there would always be a time when they would part. If there was something in the future that required it to do alone, how could it do without a brain? Of course. He could also see that the double-winged snow eagle was not stupid, but just like Wolf King, it did not like to use its brain. In any case, you have to think of ways to force these guys. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? If you don't hit, you won't become anything. For the double-winged snow eagle, if you don't force yourself, you won't become anything. As a war saint, the leader of the guards was naturally very fast. In just a short while, he was about to disappear into the horizon. Qin Feiyang frowned. "You still haven't thought of it? Can you not rush me?" The double-winged snow eagle said angrily. It was very dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang. He clearly had a way, but he did not say it and forced it to think on its own. Wasn't this torture? Moreover, there was so little time, what could it think of? Got it. But in the next moment, an idea flashed in its mind, and it stored the small creation pill in its sea of qi. Without hesitation, it rushed into the sky and roared, "The people in front, come back." The roar was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The leader of the guards and the others were stunned. They all stopped in the void and turned to look at the double-winged snow eagle. His gaze suddenly turned cold. When he was at the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe, he had seen the double-winged snow eagle, so he naturally recognized it at a glance. Whoosh! Immediately, a group of people flew over with murderous intent and surrounded the double-winged snow eagle. The leader of the guard scanned below and did not find Qin Feiyang hiding in the forest. He then looked at the double-winged snow eagle and said in a deep voice, "Where is Qin Feiyang?" The double-winged snow eagle said angrily, "Don't mention that bastard." Bastard? When Qin Feiyang heard this, his face could not help but twitch. He was not angry, and looked curiously at the double-winged snow eagle. He wanted to see what this guy had thought of. At the same time, the leader of the guards and the others were also stunned. Wasn't this snow eagle Qin Feiyang's partner? Why did its attitude suddenly become so bad? The leader of the guards frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The double-winged snow eagle said, "Not long ago, didn't we loot the treasures of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe?" The leader of the guards nodded. "You don't know, Qin Feiyang, that little bastard actually took all the treasures. You say, if this emperor didn't help him, with his 7-star battle master cultivation, can he kill the leaders of the 2 tribes? The double-winged snow eagle said with righteous indignation. The group of people looked at each other. It turned out that they had fallen out because of the unequal distribution of the loot. The leader of the guard's eyes flashed and nodded. It is indeed a bit too much. Where is he now? Tell me, I will help you wash away the shame. Really? The double-winged snow eagle asked. The leader of the guards nodded. That's good, with your help, we can definitely cut him into pieces. The double-winged snow eagle was overjoyed, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. The leader of the guards chuckled and said, Then quickly tell me his whereabouts. Okay. The double-winged snow eagle nodded, but then shook its head. No, this emperor can't tell you for free. How about this? Give this emperor 100 spirit sea pills, 100 essence soul pills, and this emperor will tell you where he is hiding. Hearing this, the leader of the guard's face suddenly darkened. Isn't this asking for too much? You know, whether it was the spirit sea pill or the essence soul pill, they were both extremely rare and priceless. Not to mention him, the leader of the guards, probably even the city lord wouldn't be able to take out so much. The double-winged snow eagle said, If you don't have it, then don't talk about it. Anyway, there are still many people who want to know the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. This guy is smart. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but exclaim. If the leader of the guards really gave it to him, then he would have made a huge profit. If he didn't give it to him, he wouldn't lose anything. I only have 2 spirit sea pills and 3 essence soul pills on me. If you are willing to tell me, I will give them all to you. But if you want to take the opportunity to blackmail me, then let me tell you, I'm afraid you won't even get the last heal pill. The leader of the guards pondered for a moment and said, You're still threatening this emperor? Do you think this emperor is scared? No, is it? Then goodbye, don't send me off. The double-winged snow eagle sneered arrogantly, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. You are courting death. The leader of the guards clenched his fists, and his saint aura suddenly burst out. He rushed toward the double-winged snow eagle like a tidal wave. The double-winged snow eagle snickered and quickly stopped. He looked at the leader of the guards in horror and nodded. Okay, I agree. The leader of the guards frowned, withdrew his saint aura, and shouted, Then tell me. Well, shouldn't you give me the pills first? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't trust you, but just in case. The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly said. The leader of the guards took out 5 pills and threw them to the double-winged snow eagle without hesitation. I've made a fortune. The double-winged snow eagle was delighted. He put away the 5 pills, turned into a stream of light, and quickly fled. I didn't know that this bastard was a sly old fox. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. The double-winged snow eagle said all that nonsense just to get some benefits. The leader of the guards was also stupid. He really believed the double-winged snow eagle's nonsense and gave it the pills. And now it was time for the main event. Because the double-winged snow eagle did that to provoke the leader of the guards so that he would release his saint aura and imprison it. As expected, seeing the double-winged snow eagle take the pills and run away quickly, the leader of the guards was furious. How dare it trick him? How reckless! Boom! Chapter 803. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The double-winged snow eagle snickered as it took out the small creation pill and swallowed it without anyone noticing. The energy of the small creation pill quickly spread throughout its body. An indescribable pain instantly engulfed its body and mind. Although the double-winged snow eagle had opened the gate of potential and tasted this kind of pain, it still could not help but howl in pain. However, the guard leader thought that it was his saint aura that caused the double-winged snow eagle such pain. Therefore, not only was he not vigilant, he was even complacent. He looked at the double-winged snow eagle mockingly and said, Hurry up and tell me, or you'll die a horrible death. Although Qin Feiyang was unjust to me, this emperor will definitely not do something like betraying a friend for glory. If you have the ability, use your saint aura to crush me. The double-winged snow eagle roared. The pores all over its body were spurting blood. In just a moment, its snow-white feathers were dyed red. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Unheard of. The guard leader's eyes turned cold as he unleashed all his saint aura to suppress the double-winged snow eagle. At this moment, the double-winged snow eagle felt as if there were a few giant mountains crazily crushing its body. That intense pain made it wish it was dead. "Hurry up!" it roared in its heart. From the strength of the Saint Aura, it was not difficult to tell that the guard leader was a one-star battle saint. After opening the 5th level of the Gate of Potential, the pressure of a one-star battle saint could not completely restrain it. However, if it did not resist and allowed this to continue, it would really be crushed alive. Therefore, it had to open the 6th level of the Gate of Potential as soon as possible. However, the 6th level of the Gate of Potential was like a tightly shut stone door that could not be opened for a long time. Moreover, as it continued to be consumed, the energy of the small creation pill slowly decreased. Will it fail? My luck won't be bad, right? The double-winged snow eagle was unwilling to give up. Although the small creation pill opened the Gate of Potential, it would not lose its life due to failure. At most, its vitality would be greatly damaged and it would be fine after a period of rest. However, it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If it failed, it would be a huge blow to its soul. It was even possible that he would never recover from this setback. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel anxious. Actually, failure was normal. After all, the success and failure of the small creation pill with 5 veins were equally divided. What mattered was luck. However, he had the same mentality as the two-winged snow eagle. He had waited so long for this moment. If he failed, he would be somewhat unwilling. Most importantly, if the double-winged snow eagle successfully opened the 6th level, it would become a battle saint. When it was time, their small team finally had a battle saint overseeing it. The difference between having a battle saint and not having one was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, he, Fatso, and the others would sooner or later enter the 9-star war sect and open the 6th level of the Gate of Potential. If the dual-winged snow eagle managed to become a battle saint, they would no longer need to seek help from others, because the two-winged snow eagle could use its holy aura to help them. On the other hand, if the two-winged snow eagle did not succeed, they would end up in the same situation as the two-winged snow eagle. Unless the dual-winged snow eagle thought it through and stepped into the battle saint realm without opening the 6th level. But that was basically impossible, because from its past performance, it was not difficult to see the determination of the two-winged snow eagle. Without opening the 6th level, it would never step into the battle saint realm. But what could he do to help it? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and quickly said to himself, "Quickly think. Do you have anything you want to protect? Or did you have any painful and desperate memories in the past?" Every living being in the world had something to protect. Someone was protecting their family. Someone was protecting their dignity. There were also people protecting their love. For example, Qin Feiyang, he was protecting his friends and mother. Similarly, every living being had moments of pain and despair. And these things could stimulate a person's perseverance and potential, making them more motivated. Perhaps this way, the two-winged snow eagle had a chance of succeeding. Things to protect, painful and desperate memories. When the two-winged snow eagle heard this, it carefully thought about it for a moment. What Qin Feiyang said, it really did not have. The law of survival of the berserk beasts was that the strong preyed on the weak. It could be said that it was countless times crueler than humans. Therefore, to the two-winged snow eagle, the pain and despair that it had experienced was extremely normal and not a big deal. As for the things that it needed to protect, it did not even think about them. As a berserk beast, when it was weak, it only needed to do one thing, and that was to look for prey and fill its stomach. As it grew day by day, its strength would slowly become stronger. The only thing it needed to do was to protect its life. If it did not follow Qin Feiyang, it still had something to protect, and that was the position of an overlord. But now it had left the glacier. What overlord, what beast emperor, it had nothing to do with it. It really could not think of anything that was worth it to protect now. The holy aura crazily suppressed it, and its body was bleeding like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. Right now, it was in a state of serious injury and dying. Even if it could break the shackles of the holy aura, it could not do so now. Seems like I can't drag this on any longer. Qin Feiyang muttered. If this continued, the two-winged snow eagle would definitely be in danger. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the two-winged snow eagle without hesitation. Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, everyone's spirit was lifted. The guard commander shouted, "Quickly take him down." The group of guards immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a ferocious aura. At the same time, the two-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyang, who desperately rushed up to save it, and its eyes were filled with confusion. Even if it was a narrow escape, it would never abandon its companions and escape alone. Was this the friendship between friends? I thought of it. In the past, there was indeed nothing worth protecting, but now, there is. Suddenly, the confusion in the eyes of the two-winged snow eagle dissipated and was replaced by a trace of smile. Its whole body was full of fighting spirit. An unyielding will broke out of its body and shook the sky. This emperor is no longer fighting alone. This emperor now has a group of companions who treat each other with sincerity. What this emperor wants to protect is them. Break for me. The two-winged snow eagle let out a long cry, and a dull loud sound suddenly exploded from its body, like thunder shaking the sky. At that moment, a bright light bloomed from between its eyebrows, as dazzling as the scorching sun. It succeeded? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The guard commander and the others were puzzled. What had happened? How dare you bully this emperor's friends? You are courting death. The next moment, the two-winged snow eagle returned to its original form and instantly broke the shackles of the holy aura. That huge body, suspended in the sky, emitted a monstrous aura. And that aura, like a volcanic eruption, was still crazily soaring. Is it going to break through? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Sure enough, in less than 3 breaths, the two-winged snow eagle's aura soared to an unprecedented height. Battle Sage. In its aura, there was a terrifying holy aura. It really broke through, Qin Feiyang murmured, feeling like he was dreaming. But then, a gratified smile crept up on his face. Having successfully opened the 6th level of the Gate of Potential, the potential of the two-winged snow eagle was already unfathomable. He reckoned that even Fatso and the others could not compare to it now. Most importantly, in the words of the two-winged snow eagle, he heard the concern. He understood. At this moment, the two-winged snow eagle had finally completely integrated into this small team, and was of the same mind as everyone else. Die, all of you! The two-winged snow eagle's murderous nature was unleashed, and it turned into a ray of light. Everywhere it passed, it was accompanied by screams, and the guards fell one after another, dyeing the sky red with blood. In less than 5 breaths, the group of guards was completely annihilated. It looked at the guard commander again. Looking at that pair of sharp eagle eyes, the guard commander could not help but shudder, and instinctively became frightened. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. The two-winged snow eagle smiled coldly, and its battle aura gushed out, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky, and rushed toward the guard commander. Don't be so arrogant. The guard commander flew into a rage out of humiliation. What was he afraid of? The opponent was just an ant that had just broken through to become a battle sage. Moreover, he had a battle art. If they were to fight with the advantage of his battle art, he could easily crush the opponent. He stretched out his hands, and his battle aura went against the current like a tide. Clang! A huge sword that was a few 100 feet long suddenly appeared in the sky. Following his angry roar, the huge sword split the sky, and disintegrated the huge wave like a hot knife through butter. Qin Feiyang glanced at the huge sword, and reminded, an upper-class battle art. It's just an upper-class battle art. Why are you so arrogant? Goshawk dominating body. The two-winged snow eagle immediately showed disdain, and in an instant, its feathers and eyes turned blood red. Its aura increased rapidly, and it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Immediately after, it spread its wings, and a gust of wind whizzed out, crushing the huge sword in an instant. The guard commander spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body kept retreating, his face full of disbelief. How was it possible that his battle art had been shattered so easily? And its aura Had it reached the level of a 5-star battle sage? What was going on? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly crept into his mind. A perfect battle art. Because only a perfect battle art could raise a person's strength by 4 levels. Your so-called advantage is nothing more than a joke in this emperor's eyes. The two-winged snow eagle smiled disdainfully. Its huge body seemed to be dripping blood, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Is it really a perfect battle art? The guard commander asked. The two-winged snow eagle nodded. This is impossible. The guard commander shook his head vigorously. Even the ruler of the 3rd district, the city lord, did not have a perfect battle art. A beast actually claimed to have a perfect battle art. Wasn't this too ridiculous? Boom. Suddenly, his body was filled with an unprecedented aura. The two-winged snow eagle said, I advise you not to activate your battle soul. The guard commander was stunned and sneered, Are you afraid? Afraid? Yes, I am afraid, but I am afraid that you will humiliate yourself. Chapter 804. The guard commander was mad. He dared to say that he was asking for humiliation. Was there a limit to his arrogance? Accompanied by a loud roar, a huge tiger rushed out from behind him. The giant tiger was golden and as big as a mountain. It emitted a terrifying aura. The double-winged snow eagle sighed, You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. Cut the crap, go to hell. The guard commander roared. The giant tiger roared and rushed towards the double-winged snow eagle with an aura that could destroy the world. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes turned cold and 2 wings of light appeared on its back. In addition to the 2 pairs of wings it already had, it had 6 wings now. With the 6 wings spread out, it bypassed the giant tiger and landed directly on top of the guard commander's head. The speed. The guard commander immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. What do you think? Now you regret it. You want to compete with me in fighting souls? Are you looking for trouble? The double-winged snow eagle sneered and quickly chased after the guard commander. Its sharp claws glowed with a cold light as it scratched towards the guard commander's head. Don't kill me. That bone-piercing killing intent caused the commander's body to tremble as he let out a loud cry in horror. If we meet again in our next life, I will definitely spare your life. But today you must die. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes were as sharp as knives, causing the guard commander to feel despair. Have mercy. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. I have a few questions for him. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed in front of the guard commander. You have no way out. Keep your fighting soul and don't play any tricks. Yes. The guard commander nodded and with a thought, the giant tiger disappeared into thin air. Qin Feiyang said, Do you know a person called Pei Changfeng? Pei Changfeng. The guard commander pondered for a while and shook his head. Never heard of him. Really? Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. The guard commander pointed to the sky and said, I swear, I'm not lying to you. Qin Feiyang frowned and took out Pei Zhangfeng's identity token. He pointed at the python pattern on it and said, Have you seen this pattern before? The guard commander looked down and his expression changed. He exclaimed, This is the tribe's totem. Totem? Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't you know? The guard commander looked at him in surprise. They even had a perfect battle art, so their identities were definitely not simple. But how could they not even know about totems? Just say it. Why do you have so many questions? The two-winged snow eagle shouted. All right. I'll talk. The guard commander was horrified. I once heard the pagoda master mention that the powerful tribes in the depths all have their own totems. This totem is their faith, and also the symbol of their status. It's extremely important. But not every tribe is qualified to have a totem. It's said that only a tribe with a population of 1 million and a 9-star battle saint can set up their own totem. The guard commander said. There's such a thing? Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, A tribe with a population of 1 million and a 9-star battle saint can't be missing. If a tribe with a population of 1 million but no 9-star battle saint can set up their own totem, The guard commander nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Is there such a tribe in the 3rd district? Is it possible? Other than the pagoda master, the strongest in the 3rd district is the city lord, a 3-star battle saint. Even the vast sea, crimson smoke, and black lion tribes only have 1-star battle saints overseeing them. I reckon that even the 4th and 5th districts don't have a tribe with a totem." The guard commander said. Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other. It seemed that Pei Changfeng's background was not simple. The double-winged snow eagle looked at the guard commander and said, "You just said that the vast sea, red smoke, and black lion tribes are the 3 supreme tribes in the 3rd district?" "That's right. Their leaders and high priest are both 1-star battle saints. But the strange thing is that I received news yesterday that the leaders of the 3 tribes seem to have gone missing." The guard commander frowned and said. The double-winged snow eagle laughed and said, "They didn't go missing, they were killed." "What? Who killed them?" The guard commander looked at Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle in shock. Suddenly, he found that the man and the eagle both had a smile on their faces. Immediately, a terrifying thought crept into his mind and he said in shock, "Could it be you guys?" "You said it, we didn't say it." The double-winged snow eagle laughed. The guard commander was dumbstruck. Obviously, the leaders of the 3 tribes were killed by this group of people. But how did they do it? Qin Feiyang was a 7-star battle master, while that wolf and Fatso were only 6-star battle master. This snow eagle had just broken through to the battle saint realm. Would such a lineup be able to kill 3 1-star battle saints? Could it be that there was a terrifying battle saint hidden by their side? That's right. Wasn't there a black-robed old woman by his side? Thinking of this, the guard commander panicked even more and hurriedly said, "I have answered all your questions truthfully. Can you please let me go?" Last question, do you know the coordinates of the 4th district? Qin Feiyang asked. The guard commander said, "Only the pagoda master knows about this." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "What is the pagoda master's cultivation level?" 4-star battle saint. The guard commander said without hesitation. 4-star battle saint, it's not easy to deal with. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and nodded to the double-winged snow eagle. The double-winged snow eagle understood and swooped down, its sharp claws directly grabbing the head of the guard commander. "With this little strength, you dare to chase after us, you are simply courting death." The double-winged snow eagle laughed disdainfully, turned into the size of a palm, and floated in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you still want to find trouble with the 3 tribes?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and shook his head. "No need, rushing to the 4th district is more important." The double-winged snow eagle said, "Then go find the pagoda master's coordinates. A 4-star battle saint is not invincible." "So confident?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "What a joke, don't you know who this emperor is?" The double-winged snow eagle said proudly. "Actually, if it hadn't broken through, it definitely wouldn't dare to say such big words. But now, it had also stepped into the battle saint realm. Although there was still a big gap between it and the pagoda master, it had an advantage that the pagoda master didn't have, the sacred weapon Heavenly Thunder Sword. If it fought with all its strength, it might really have a glimmer of hope. What's more, Qin Feiyang still had Mu Tianyang's ribs on his body. Thinking back to the time in Sky Thunder City, Mu Chuyu was no match for the 2 battle saints of the Mu clan. But when Qin Feiyang gave her the ribs, it was as if she was possessed by a demon, killing the 2 of them. So, he could give it a try. Even if he couldn't beat them, with the castle, the pagoda master couldn't hurt them. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked up at the double-winged snow eagle and laughed. "If you can really get the coordinates, I will consider you a great merit." "Is there a reward?" The double-winged snow eagle laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Yes, I will reward you with a healing pill." "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" The double-winged snow eagle looked at him in disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, his expression turning solemn. "Since you want to go, you have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, when the city lord rushes back, a 4-star battle saint and a 3-star battle saint, there is basically no hope." "So what if he comes back?" "I will kill him without hesitation." The double-winged snow eagle snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This guy was already arrogant, but he didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he opened a teleportation door. The next moment, a man and an eagle appeared in the sky above the snowy plains outside Tianyang City. It's Qin Feiyang. He is here again. The pedestrians below were in an uproar. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle ignored them. They turned into a stream of light, broke into the city, and rushed toward the Pill Pagoda. Stop right there. A group of guards soared into the sky, blocking in front of Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle. The weakest of these guards was a 7-star battle grandmaster, and they were extremely powerful. Their expressions were filled with a strong killing intent. Scram! However, the double-winged snow eagle only let out a loud roar. The holy might covered the sky and covered the earth, and the group of guards' blood splattered across the sky. So strong! It's actually a war saint. Seeing this scene, the people in the city were all scared out of their wits. No one dared to come out and block the way. Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle landed in front of the Pill Pagoda. The double-winged snow eagle shouted, "Pagoda Master, come out and die." Boom! Not long later, the pagoda door slowly opened. A middle-aged man wearing a fiery red robe appeared in the line of sight of Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle. It was the Pagoda Master. The Pagoda Master walked out of the Pill Pagoda and stood in front of the door. He looked at the man and the eagle gloomily and said, "The heavenly sun flame has already been snatched away by you. What else do you want?" Two things. First, the heavenly thunder flame, the frost flame, and the heavenly sun flame. What secret are they hiding? The second thing, the coordinates of the fourth area. Qin Feiyang said. Sure enough, you don't know the coordinates. The Pagoda Master muttered to himself. However, he could not figure out the first thing. Since you don't know the secret of these alchemy flames, why did you snatch them? I don't know the secret of the alchemy flames either. As for the coordinates of the fourth area, I definitely know them. However, it depends on whether you have the ability to make me say it. The Pagoda Master sneered. Yo, you're still being arrogant? The double-winged snow eagle let out a strange cry. Its wings of light appeared and turned into a flash of light as it flew toward the Pagoda Master. Ridiculous. The Pagoda Master's face was full of disdain. A mere 1-star war saint dared to compete with him. He really didn't know how to write the word death. He stood there motionless. That contemptuous look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a tiny ant. However, if one observed carefully, they would notice that he was secretly scanning the surroundings with a trace of vigilance hidden in the depths of his eyes. He was not vigilant against the double-winged snow eagle and Qin Feiyang. Instead, he was vigilant against the black-robed old woman. However, he did not know that his worry was completely unnecessary. There was no old woman beside Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, the double-winged snow eagle could not help but laugh in his heart. The more arrogant this person was, the easier it would be to deal with him. Although the heavenly thunder sword was a sacred weapon, it did not have the ability to recover. If the Pagoda Master was fully alert, it would not be able to end the battle quickly.